Okay, welcome everyone. Today is Tuesday, December the 15th, 2020. This is a work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. I'm Patty Clapper. I'm here in the meeting room. I have Chairman Steve Child, Vice Chair Kelly McNicholas Curry, Greg Postman, and George Newman, all zooming in from the comfort of their and safety of their own homes. I have John Peacock on with us, and I have staff in here helping us out with technology, of course, grassroots. So I'm going to turn the meeting over to Steve to start the meeting off. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Patty, and welcome everybody. First on our agenda today is a COVID-19 update. And John, is this scheduled for 1/2 hour? Is that correct? Well, I think we added some more time to it. Could you enlighten us?
John,
You're muted, John.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about. I haven't gotten through a meeting in 8 months without that happening. So Steve, if possible, we may need to go a little bit longer. We do have some meaty topics today with our COVID-19 update. Hopefully you are seeing my screen at this point. So just real briefly, in terms of what we're covering today, if I can get, we'll do a really quick overview of where we are in the state dial. Yesterday, we did receive information from the state about the 5-star program. I'd like to review that with the board so that you understand the program as we understand it right now, and what it would mean for Pickens County and the process for accessing it. Last week, we also got notice on our second round of coronavirus relief fund reimbursements. We do have some recommendations for capacity increases in a number of areas, some of which we talked about last week, some of which are based on staff discussions. And then if we have time, we'll get into questions and discussions. So Steve, I'll try and work through this as quickly as I can. And hopefully if we go a little bit over, we can work through that. Sorry, I was getting a text there. In terms of our state dial metrics, our cumulative incidence rate is up. It is over 1,000 per 100,000 over the last 2 weeks. Our 2-week positivity rate has been going down. It is at 5.9%, and our hospitalization data has stayed the same. I would note that over 2,500 visitor affidavits have been submitted on our website. Yesterday was our first day of requiring those. We have gotten participation with the airlines and notifying their passengers prior to travel of the affidavit requirement, and also at the gates in major hubs. We've been working with the lodging community, and we'll continue to get that information out. Because of the cooperation that we've had and are building with the airlines, we are not doing checks at the airport. We're trying to move people through the facility as quickly as possible, so that we don't have folks gathering or being held up in baggage areas or holding areas right now. But we do have information up, just as we have on masking and those sorts of things. I have a little clarification on the movement between levels because we've been focusing on, when the state would require the county to move into red, but particularly as we get into the 5-star program, it's important to understand this first bullet point. So when we have one metric in the red for 14 days, and obviously our incidence rate has been there and been going up, it's been headed in the wrong direction. CDPHE has a discussion, and they did have that conversation with Pickens County to move to the red or to mitigate with a stronger public health order. In our case, with our one metric in the red, the decision was to move to orange plus so that we are mitigating with a stronger public health order. And as we get into the 5-star program and whether we qualify for variance under that program or not, this first bullet point is really important to understand. What we have been focusing on is when the state would require or requires the county to move from orange to red. And that's when you have one metric in the red for 14 days plus another metric in the red during that time. That's when CDPHE has indicated they will move counties. So that's what we've been talking about more over the last couple weeks. And then, of course, the movement from orange to yellow is the same. All indicators need to be in the lower level for a 14-day period, and then we have that consultation with CDPHE to move to the lower level. So I think that first metric, that first bullet point is something that we've understood, but we've been focusing our discussions on the second as we've gotten questions about when we'd be required to move. So yesterday, late afternoon, we did get from CDPHE their checklist for the 5-star program, and that is a final checklist. What the 5-star program is it encourages businesses to implement safety measures beyond what's already required by public health orders, particularly at the state level, and guidelines within the dial. And by meeting the requirements of the 5-star program, businesses would be able to accelerate their reopening. We'll talk in a future slide about what that looks like. The program is voluntary to create and enter into, and so it is a decision by the county and the local public health agency, and we'll talk about all the other entities that need to weigh in. They've tried to design the program or ensure that implementation of the 5-star program is resourced in a way to ensure it does not interfere with other core public health functions, particularly during the pandemic of contact tracing and disease control. We are starting to ramp up on vaccine deliveries. They're really wanting to make sure, and they will be checking communities' applications to ensure that a program is resourced, and we'll talk about that in a little bit too. In terms of requirements that a county and cities can also apply for the 5-star program independently with approval from the local public health agency. We meet the first bullet point that we have a local public health agency director, even in our interim role, who meets minimum qualifications. In order for a county to launch a program, we're really applying to the state for a variance. So this is similar to past variance programs in that it requires that we have letters of support from local hospitals, Board of County Commissioners, so the board would need to weigh in with support. Sheriff, they're looking for local police departments, mayors, emergency managers, and local tribes if applicable. So there's a broad-ranging set of conversations and different agencies that would have to support us going into a 5-star variance program before the state would approve it. I'm going to talk about this administrative committee in I think the next slide, but basically the other commitment that we need to make is weekly updates to CDPHE, and if it's a separate committee from the local public health agency implementing a 5-star program to the LPHA about new certifications granted, businesses that receive warnings, and businesses whose certifications are revoked over the program. And CDPHE would remove approval of a 5-star program if that reporting does not occur. So the basic framework is that for businesses that have been certified in a 5-star program, those businesses are basically able to operate at a level of restriction that is one below where the county is on the state dial. And so counties who, for example, are in the orange that qualify, and businesses that are certified would be able to operate at blue levels, in yellow levels. If we're in the yellow level, you'd be able to operate in blue levels. What is really important, though, is the asterisk and highlighted text below. And this is on page 4 of the framework that was sent out to you. And that is, if a county is in mitigation or a stricter local public health order in lieu of moving on the dial, all businesses must follow the dial level of their county and are not eligible for capacity increases during that period. Under this requirement, Pickens County doesn't currently qualify for a variance. And so basically we could apply, we could develop a program, we could apply to the state to qualify a 5-star program so that when our metrics do make us eligible, we would be eligible for a variance. But right now, and I did confirm this in a discussion with both Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, some of our neighboring counties that are also in a similar position to us. If we stood up a program right now, we would not qualify for the variance until our metrics moved into that orange level and we were out of a mitigation process. Does that make sense to everyone? I want to stop there and see if there's questions, because I think that is a really key point to understand in this program.
John, can I ask John a question, Steve?
Yeah,
so
Patty?
How do you define that Pickens County is in mitigation? Is it because we went to Orange Plus and created a stricter program?
That's correct. So when our incidence rate went into red, CDPHE had a consultation with us to go into red and or to implement stricter public health orders to mitigate the impacts in lieu of going to red. And so in the discussions with Board of Health, the conversation was to move to an Orange Plus, and with the understanding that if we had a second metric, go into the red, CDPHE would require us
Right.
to move on the dial. And so because that is the conversation that happened, and we implemented Orange Plus in lieu of going into red, we don't qualify for the variance now until we see a sustained decline, in this case, in the incidence rate.
So Kelly, let me just finish my question real quick. So John, when it talks about capacity levels, that would say 25% or 50% occupancy, say, for example, in restaurants. But could we not, this is a question I have, and I'm just going to throw it out here now, we can discuss it later. Could we not, for say a 2-week period of time over this coming holiday, go to the state guidelines for curfew rather than our limited curfew, say from the 22nd of December till the 2nd of January, to allow restaurants to operate on a longer time, more hours per the evening, not to increase their capacity, but just to increase their hours of operation? Would that be allowed under what we're currently doing?
So it wouldn't be allowed under the county's current public health order. If the Board of Health were to direct that we follow the state guidelines for Orange, then restaurants would have last call at 10 o'clock. Right now, we have last call at 9:30 with restaurants closing at 10.
Right, but so we could amend our public health order to allow, say, from December 22nd to January 2nd, just that time frame, we can amend that in our current public health order from Pickens County. That's something I'd like us to discuss. I just wanted to get it out there so people could be thinking about it. Thank you, John.
John, go ahead, Kelly, and then I'll come in after you.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. So, in the clearest sense, our eligibility for this program would not be triggered until we reach below the 350 incidents?
So, Kelly, that is still a question we have as far as the specific thresholds. What our understanding is that it has to be a sustained decline. It is not clear whether we have to meet the requirements of that level or not. So that's a question we have for CDPHE. But certainly CDPHE would be looking for that sustained decline in our metrics before entertaining a variance.
So John, it looks like a key thing is reducing our 2-week incident rate is key to getting out of the red there into an orange level, where we could then go into the 5-star program. And I have a thought on how a different visual thing that we could use. I see the incident rate per day as something like the pigs in the python thing that you have used before, where some days there's a bigger spike in the incident rate, and those are moving through the 2-week period. So you have these different daily rates. Some of them are higher, some are lower. If we could see that daily rate for over the 2-week period, so we could see where those big spikes are located and when they will be past the 2-week period. Now, if every new spike is higher than the previous days, obviously we are going the wrong direction. But maybe we have lower rates now, a daily rate, and there's a series of higher ones that are we're going to work our way out of them with time. So that would be just a visual thing that we could see that I think could be added to our report.
And Steve, we do have that actually in our COVID daily stats. We have the daily incidence rate, and frankly, most recently it's spiked and now leveled off. just in the interest of time, I had it in and then I pulled it from these slides because we had so much to cover. So that is information we have readily available.
Okay, and I have one other question. Are the curative test results calculated into our incident rate? Or is
Yes.
it just the PCR? The curative test is?
And that's a PCR test. Yeah, all PCR and antigen tests are included.
Okay. So let's go to Greg and then Kelly.
Steve, when I first saw this, my first concern was that it sounds like a pretty heavy lift for any community, and I think ours might be more qualified or more capable just in terms of having already done a lot of the legwork of making, of positioning ourselves to go into 5-star when we're qualified. But I'd love to hear from you just, is this going to be a momentous effort to qualify for something we might not get to? And do we have the resources to do this? I'd love to hear your recommendation and an assessment of that.
So Greg, I'm going to get to that in a couple of slides if I can just parking lot that. And
certainly, okay.
If I don't answer it, we'll come back to that. Was there another question?
Sorry.
No, Greg sort of got to what I'm concerned about. I will point out that the guidance from the state on this program is that it should in no way detract from disease containment resources, which are thin right now, even with our staffing up. So, that's a concern for me. How this would be done, who would do it, how would they fit it in with all their other work demands.
Yeah, it is a legitimate concern, and frankly, we're going to be asking for some resources if we're going to move in this direction. I'm going to get to that in just a sec here. So,
Yeah, I have
Patty?
Yeah. So John, so Mesa County, who kind of created this 5-star thing, their numbers are, our numbers are better than theirs, but somehow they got in the door. I totally agree with, we've got so much on our plate right now. I think this is something we need to continue to look at and monitor so that if it's a go, we're ready to go. I think we're close. As Greg said, we've already done so much of the legwork. I think right now the priority for me is getting us to January 2nd and how we can do that safely with survivability of our businesses, of our community economics, but of our public safety, our health safety, all those issues. And we did already talk about the need for more consumer protection people, boots on the grounds, to get out there and educate businesses. I think across the board, restaurants are doing an amazing job. I've been checking in to see who's signing people in and talking to managers and saying, you need to have this process set up when people come into your restaurant. There's been a lot of non-compliance reports coming back to me for some restaurants in the city who I don't think really understand what the rules are now. So I think, John, I know you're going to be bringing this up with some more resources we might need to put out there. But I think that's going to be critical, again, in getting us until 2021, January 2nd, when the holiday season is over, so we can gear up for the next process.
Yeah. And so that's really some of the guidance that we're going to be looking for is, should we be gearing up at this point to set up a program, understanding that a variance would not come immediately, certainly not until our numbers move in the right direction. There's basically 5 requirements, and there's a lot more detail in the checklist that I sent out to you. We first, though, would need to set up an administrative committee, and I think the state's goal is to have a committee that is inclusive of the local public health agency, but also other representatives, whether it be municipalities, chambers of commerce, what have you. Frankly, our Board of Health, to a large degree, already is representative of some of that function and could probably largely serve as an administrative committee. That would be, a conversation that we need to have. I'm going to talk in a bit about the resources that we'd be able to devote to the program. I think, as has already been mentioned, we have built a consumer protection program, and the city of Aspen has also built some resources that we think are appropriate to implementing a program, but at this point aren't sufficient for a program. Compliance and enforcement, we would need to inspect every business prior to granting a certification. So there would be a very big push up front with a program that would be resource intensive, as well as ongoing enforcement. One of the advantages of a program like this is that it provides more immediate consequence than we currently have in enforcing our public health order through the state or through the courts by revoking a 5-star status and a business's additional capacity if they're not following the rules. There's an application process that's very similar to the variants that we prepared back in May that we would need to outline. And then we would use, I think, basically we would adapt our current business safety plan to meet the additional requirements. And there are only a few additional requirements in the state program that are not included in our current business safety plan. For example, ventilation and how that's being addressed, and ensuring that businesses are marketing the cell phone notification program. So we would probably use our current business safety plan framework as an application process.
Kelly?
Thank you. Aren't there third parties, vendors that could do that certification?
Yeah, so that's, Kelly, what we're talking about is maybe, can we expand either through contract or temp kind of positions that would allow us to build our capacity quickly versus hiring new staff. I think that's kind of where you're going. But we really need to look at the cost still and what those options are. So that kind of brings us to the Coronavirus Relief Fund. I'm going to try and tie all this together. So just any questions before we leave the framework of the 5-star program? These two are going to kind of come together in terms of direction, I think. Okay.
Hey, John?
Yeah.
Just, sorry, Steve, I'm trying to tell where you are. Just regarding manpower for this, with the administrative committee, I guess we'll need to learn more about how that would come together. But I'm just wondering, is there any talk about having maybe an ambassador program or something, just have a presence? Early feedback I'm hearing is that, where are the people that are ensuring that we see things working just as we're moving? I'm talking about the affidavit now. The 5-star to me sounds like something we certainly could strive for, but it might not happen anytime soon. Meanwhile, do we have enough manpower to do everything we've taken on so far? I guess that's the question. Maybe that's a segue. I don't know.
Short answer is no. The affidavit is as I'll talk about in a second, driving a lot of staff time right now. And we do not have the capacity to probably adequately staff a five-star program either. So let me just real quick, and I'm going to get right into answering that question. We were awarded $3.8 million in the second round of the Coronavirus Relief Fund applications. We are looking at whether there's going to be an extension of when any new dollars can be expended and what portion need to be expended by the end of the month. Our award came late for us to go through a procurement process, so we're looking at that right now. We're also looking at what portion of that qualifies under the municipal expenditures and partnerships we had, as well as ambulance districts. So that final number that comes to the county is going to change, but it'll be certainly north of $2 million, we think. And then we're seeing a lot, to answer your question, Greg, we're seeing capacity demands for supportive families, individuals, businesses, case investigation, consumer protection, and outreach and information. And so staff has been meeting and at least at the staff level has some recommended goals. First, for our ongoing support of families, individuals, and small business, we've had a lot of conversations with some of our nonprofit community as well as our ESF 6 staff, as well as 14, and that's the human services and long-term recovery. And what we see is that there's still a lot of confusion out there about how community members, families, individuals, small businesses access programs and supports that are already out there, particularly federal programs and assistance, state programs and assistance, and then locally, we've really pivoted to networking with our nonprofits and our human service and public programs. And almost universally amongst our nonprofits and folks that we've been talking to, the need is for a navigator program. This is a little bit different than, it's not case management, which our nonprofits have, but somebody who can assist our community members, small businesses, and individuals to navigate the different opportunities there are to get aid. There's a really strong feeling in the community that if we were able to build that, particularly regionally from Parachute to Aspen or Aspen to Parachute, that we would be most efficiently leveraging resources. And so that's one piece. The other is to assist businesses to safely operate during COVID, to reduce the amount of potential unemployment or minimize the economic strain on individuals and families. We see a need to expand the consumer protection program if we are to implement the 5-star variants program. And then we see an opportunity to support local businesses in funding additional protective measures. And that could be the HVAC improvements, HEPA filtration, personal protective equipment for employees, those sorts of things. In terms of public health capacity, that certainly our case levels recently have put a strain on both our current and surge capacity in our case investigation. We're still building that out, but we are seeing that we may need to build some additional surge capacity to manage the incidence rates that we're dealing with. And we're seeing just tremendous demand for more outreach, more touches, more. We've had, for probably every one of those 2,500 visitor affidavits that have been submitted, we've probably had 2 or 3 questions for an affidavit. We've had 30,000 hits on that website so far, and the calls are going everywhere. These are not fully baked, but I wanted to kind of give you some orders of magnitude in terms of what we're seeing for use and some next steps. In terms of the Consumer Protection Program, we would propose at least 3 to 4 more consumer protection specialists, whether that's under contract, Kelly, which I think would be the probably quickest way to build that capacity. We built the estimate off of what staffing would cost, so we could explore that. That would give us surge capacity for 6 to 7 months of doing both the initial business inspections and award of the certification, as well as ongoing enforcement, inspection, and education. We think that's an important support, both to allow our businesses to keep operating, and as our metrics are headed in the right direction, if they are meeting the additional requirements that they're able to operate at a higher level. We've seen some estimates now that a move to red and eliminating indoor dining could eliminate as many as 1,000 or 1,100 restaurant jobs during the high season. We are also we have been dipping into our surge capacity with our own employees on our case investigation. We are trying very hard right now not to shorten up our case investigation questionnaire or how far out we're going in our contact tracing like other communities have, but we're now starting to do contact tracing case. We'll have hundreds of those calls a day now to keep up with that. And we have dipped significantly into that surge capacity. We've been on hold and continuing to build out with even some of our employees and folks who want to be part of that surge capacity, because now we don't have time to do the training and conduct the case investigation. We are seeing that going into 2021 and getting through the winter season, that we'd like to schedule or like to be able to budget for some hourly support, kind of part-time support for our case investigation contact tracer. That may come in the form of temp employees to just continue to provide relief there as our incidence rates are high. That would only be spent out if the surge capacity were needed. The other thing, we probably have 2.5 FTEs right now just answering questions on this traveler affidavit, and they're, that's folks like Kara and Phyllis and Larissa. We think that if we can bring on some temps through March, we can probably address 75 or 80% of those questions and triage the more difficult questions to higher levels in public health, and try and re-free up some of the the capacity to keep working on other programs, whether it be the public health orders, communications, 5-star, we've soaked up a lot of capacity right now in answering questions on the affidavits. We're hearing a lot that we need a live person to answer the phone and serve as that hotline again. We think if we get through March, that will probably die down quite a bit. We talked a little bit about the navigation support. We also are going to be having conversations with Aspen Community Foundation to see if there's any opportunities for regional discussion and support there. Nonprofit, we're basically seeing that we may need another pool of funding within human services, but instead of distributing it to individuals directly, it would be to provide gap funding for our nonprofits. So it could be our school resource centers who are providing a lot of direct aid to families, Catholic charities who are providing aid to individuals. Those organizations right now have expressed that they don't want a big grant to come in with a lot of strings attached, but to be able to draw down basically in smaller chunks to cover gaps as they occur for them in serving families and individuals. We've proposed setting aside $500,000 for small business to reimburse for protective measures. This would allow us to provide grants to up to 300 businesses and would cover costs of things like if they wanted to add a HEPA room filter to, provide the ventilation that's required under the 5-star program or other protective measures that we'd have an opportunity to reimburse. We'd need to build that program out a little bit more. And then we're just seeing more and more demand for outreach and needing, funding for additional media buys. We've been doing some paid social media that's been getting good hits, that sort of thing, both around our COVID requirements. We think once vaccinations come up, these campaigns are going to be more and more important, as well as, just hitting the basics of even the traveler affidavit. All of these put together, and this is assuming that we do get direction to move forward with a 5-star program right now, would absorb about 1.3 million of the funding that's been reimbursed. And we still probably have some unknowns about costs around vaccine distribution. I'm going to stop. Well, coming this week, we have Board of Health meeting. We're going to be scheduling that for Thursday to talk about the 5-star program. Also, we understand that ACRA is going to be convening a meeting with the business community to discuss the 5-star program this week. I believe that's on Wednesday at 2. To build capacity quickly, we had some contingency funding that we put back in the manager's budget. We'd love to be able to right now use some of that to bring temps on just to start and keep answering questions about the affidavit and such. I am answering questions about it to members of the public right now. We really need to probably build some capacity there. And then look at either temps or Kelly, as you had suggested, contracting for some additional consumer protection staff capacity going into the winter season. And then I just note that this week we will see our first vaccinations distributed to ABH staff. So that's really the beginning of the light at the end of the tunnel. That's our medical intervention we're looking for.
Steve?
So I'm going to stop there. I know I'm downloading a ton.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, John, I really think that, you know,
Patty?
we need to be looking at the 5-star program. I think we need to be looking in that direction. But right now, again, short term, we really need to get, the city has consumer protection people, don't they, that are supposed to be, because I've been referred to them, or I contact the county's consumer protection team. They send the issues that have been brought to my attention about restaurants downtown to the city, but I'm not sure how the city is enforcing that. I think we need to really be focused again on this next 2 weeks, what we can do to get these restaurants all on the same page, so they're all doing the same things. We have the majority of restaurants doing the right thing. There's always those few that either don't know or have chosen to take another, approach to things. I think that's key to the survivability of public health, number one, keeping our numbers down, is by getting these things done like now. I think your plan for these monies is great, but I really would like us to really focus. I don't think a lot of the businesses are going to be able to have HVAC systems put in the next 2 weeks. They're already so busy with what is happening, what's on their plates literally today. So I think those are good things for maybe after this holiday season. I still think that there's things we need to do now for the holiday season, which is next, today, tomorrow, to be able to make sure we have a safe environment for our workers, our visitors, our residents, etc., for the next 2 weeks. I think that's critical. I'm so sorry I will not be able to attend the Board of Health meeting on Thursday, which I'm not happy about, but it's kind of I just learned of it. I already have something set up on Thursday afternoon I don't think I can change. But anyway, I would really like to see some focus on the 2 bullet points you had there for upping consumer protection. Can you go back to that slide you just had? Yeah, the bring temps on, yes, definitely, let's get that done. The travel affidavit, I think, is great. The amount of responses we've had, I think, is awesome. It's something Greg's been talking about for a long time, and I'm really glad it's finally come to fruition. Of course, we've had a few people that aren't happy with it, but for the most part, I think it's one of the best things we can do to protect our community with our visitors that are coming and going, and with our own residents that are coming and going. But I think the second one, the temps and contracts for consumer protection staff capacity, is another key thing, and I'd like to see that happen like today, John. That's your assignment for this afternoon. But thank you. I think those are really key
Am I
points.
dismissed from the rest of the meeting then, Patty?
Yeah. No problem. As long as you let me have lunch before the next meeting starts.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, Patty, I think we're closer on this than I had thought we were going to be. So I'm glad that's the case, because I agree that the priority should be on staffing up where we need to staff up. I think my priority is on the disease containment side, because that is, our BOCC strategy is what is helping us do better and keep people healthy. So that would be my highest priority here, as well as standing up, the extra monies to help support individuals who may be, in the Navigator program, so that folks who, are faced with a 50% pay cut in the next week or coming weeks, they can go somewhere quickly to seek aid to help close that gap. And then followed, by additional consumer protection efforts, grants for PPE, and finally the 5-star variance program. I'm hesitant about this program. I'm surprised and pleased at the I think rigidity of it and the protective nature that the state came out with for it. I'm glad it's metric based. I think that makes it fairer and actually more protective of public health here. And as we are not there yet, I caution against any changes to our public health order just to put us in a position to have this program. I continue to think that what we're doing is working better than what we're seeing in other places. probably because we've had this business consumer protection program for much longer as one element of it. But, you know, I was pretty disappointed that the Board of Health expanded the household sizes last week. You know, I don't feel like there was a range of discussion offered there, and that I know I was pretty clear on my preference that we don't mix households. And so that conversation went in the opposite direction without a full range of options being considered. And so, you know, I've just asked our Board of Health members to represent that position and staff to represent the range of positions moving forward, because I don't agree with that. You know, our whole community is connected, and we're spending a lot of time, many hours, talking about support to our business community, and we've spent almost no time talking about how we keep kids in school. I think we're dodging another bullet here. That winter break is upon us, and, you know, we may have to really pivot our conversations to focus more on that. And I'm hearing from members of the community and frustrated parents that their lives are being disrupted and not being considered. So, you know, that's my priorities. Those continue to be my concerns. I lean on you, our Board of Health members, to represent the full range of concerns moving forward, please.
Steve, I just need to jump in. Kelly, I do not disagree with you with schools, except that the parents need to contact the school district, the school board. The Board of Health can give recommendations to the school board, but we cannot make decisions for them. And that's frustrating, I know, but that's where their concerns need to go. It's really not a decision that can be made by the Board of Health. The other thing about the group size, we did it because of compliance issues, because of holiday issues, because a lot of people do have extended families here of more than 5. And so, and that just aligns with the state. That's something we can reconsider. I'd hate to change that now when plans have been made. I know protection of public health is a key issue, but so is social health, and there's a lot of things that come into play. I think, and I know you didn't agree with it, but I think it was the right decision to be made. Greg can bring that up again, but to change it now, after we've already made the decision, you know, we keep doing that to people's lives. We make a decision, and then 24 hours later, we change it again, and people, no wonder people are confused. We're all confused about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna offer. I know why, and I listened to the discussion around justifying that change. What I did not hear was the offer that, hey, some of our board members actually think we should be going in the opposite direction, and please consider that in your deliberation as well. So I'm struggling with having not felt like the full range of concerns that me as a BOCC member brought forth in last Monday's meeting was taken to the Board of Health. So, you know, I'm okay, you know, I advocate my position, and I accept, you know, what goes forward and what doesn't, but, you know, I'm just asking that be kept in mind and be contributed as part of the conversation.
Well, I think that point was...
I'm requesting that staff offer the broader range, you know, in addition. So that's my request. That's a little bit of my frustration. I don't necessarily think that maybe that would have prevailed, but it didn't get any airtime.
Well, I think it did get airtime. We did talk. Dr. Kurt was very clear about the numbers, and he is a very, you know, he's an epidemiologist. He's got infectious disease background. I think those points were brought up, but maybe not as strongly as you would have liked. So, Greg, if you want to bring it up again on Thursday, that would be maybe, you know, I don't know where you'll get with it, but I think that decision was made, and I think it did have good vetting discussion, but it's difficult because the time frame and all the people involved in these meetings is not always as amenable to as much discussion as we would like about everything we need to discuss. And Greg, another thing I'd like us to remember for Thursday's Board of Health meeting is to really talk about looking at going with the state's recommendation of hours of curfew for that short period of time. It's about an hour that'll make a big difference, and it's only for a 2-week period of time. And I think that'll make a big difference in the restaurant's abilities to do what they can do over the holiday, and then we'll go back. And I think hopefully we will be revisiting this Orange Plus and whatever changes we need to make after the holiday.
If I could, Steve. Kelly, I hear you. I hear you. If you could articulate what you want to put across just in writing, so I have it in my notes, I'll certainly bring it up. Patty, also, I appreciate what you're asking for, and it's basically extending the curfew by half an hour, or it's closing at 10 rather than last call at 9:30.
Right, it's going with
last
what,
call,
what-
you
it's
know,
going
anyway.
with what the state's guideline is, and John
What
knows
the
what that
state
is
adopted, yeah.
specifically.
I am trying to look it up now. So my recollection, and I reserve the right to correct it when I find it, is that last call is at 10 o'clock, but there is not a business curfew. And so what it would require under our level orange restrictions to align with the state would be a last call, and then people could linger past that. Where our orange plus is last call at 9:30 with non-essential business curfew at 10.
I think there still is a business curfew with the state level, John.
I'm trying to find it,
Yeah.
Patty. I reserve the right.
Yeah,
Steve?
I think there is a business
George,
curfew.
George now.
Yeah,
George.
yeah, thanks. I understand the desire to try to help as much as we can our business community over the next holiday period, but lessening the restrictions for a few weeks could have disastrous impacts as we move into the rest of the winter. And so I would caution our representatives not to ease up of any of our restrictions that we've done so far, just to try to get through 2 weeks of the holidays when we still have 3 months of the entire winter season to go through. I think that's really short-sighted.
And level orange is a 10 p.m. last call on premise.
So we're talking about a half an hour for 2 weeks that could make a difference in the restaurant's survivability. And I don't think that,
Yeah.
George, I understand your point, and I think that's a point for the Board of Health to discuss both sides of the issue. How much of a difference is it going to make if we allow it, and how, it's a 2 week period of time.
Yeah, again, it's a Board of Health discussion, but I think we have to consider that the expansion of our population over the next 2 weeks, people coming from not only around the country, but probably maybe even around the world, is not the time to ease up. And so I'll leave it at that.
Greg.
I think that's probably a good conversation for Board of Health. I think as George points out, we are going to have an influx. I'm expecting a bigger crowd than we anticipate, even with all the disincentives we seem to be offering for people to come this time of year. I think it's going to be busy. But with that said, having an extra half hour or so for restaurants to be able to do pickup, takeout, delivery, whatever, could actually make the difference and keep crowds from forming or queues from getting longer. So it's how do you handle this number of people, which inevitably will be here, in the best and safest way possible. So that's I think there's plenty of room for discussion on that. I hear what everyone is saying regarding Board of Health, and as we go in, you're certainly contact me before the meeting, and I will make sure that everyone's opinion is heard.
The other piece around the curfew that I'll need to check in with the city on the status, because the city had a separate curfew from the Board of Health that was passed. Ours is more restrictive now, so I need to understand better how that would affect businesses in Aspen also, if a Board of Health change would make a difference.
Okay, and John, we didn't all weigh in on the proposal, the budget proposal that you made. I would be in favor of doing that. I guess did we already get the $3 million plus from the CARES Act money? Is that in the bank already?
Some of it is reimbursement. There is a portion of it, close to $700,000 that right now needs to be expended before December 30th. I think both the state and locally we're hoping for federal extension of those dollars.
Okay, and so I mean, I personally would be in favor of, adding the staffing that's necessary. It'd be great if we could do it, some of it tomorrow and get people on the ground, but realizing it's going to take longer than that. But that would help allay some of the business concerns over Christmas if we could do it, part of it really quickly. Greg?
Yeah, I agree, Steve. I certainly support this. I think it's prudent, and it's clearly you've thought about it and you've created a budget that makes sense there. I would also like us to at least discuss the possibility of taking advantage of so many people in the community who are very concerned and want to feel like they're helping in some way. And I don't know if there's a way to establish a volunteer ambassador corps or something the way the ski company does with their ambassadors. Perhaps they have extra bandwidth, actually, so that we have more people in the community, volunteers perhaps, who can at least share the pertinent information about the affidavits, whether it's just handing out a piece of paper. They don't have to be enforcing or anything like that, but I think it'd be very helpful just to create a larger presence, knowing we have people in the community. I, for instance, would be happy to go down to the airport and stand there and hand stuff out and take the abuse or answer the questions as best I could. And I think other people might as well. So we may have some resources we can draw on from the community, and we can make that appeal.
And I will say, managing volunteers is sometimes a full-time job itself. And so if the board is wanting that exploration, I think we'd look at a coordinator for that. I don't see putting that on someone right now in public health.
I was hoping there would be an entity already in the community that could help with that. But I could be, it might be a pipe dream.
If you have an idea, let me know.
I do have an idea. Accra has been doing a lot of that. They have had people out in town, I know, at the beginning of this whole crisis. I think that's a great place for us to start. Accra, they just have that ability. So, John, that's where I would look. I'd call Debbie Braun and see what they might be able to help us out with that.
And we did have some early conversations. There were some costs that were going to be associated with that for Accra. So if the board is willing to let us explore that, I don't think it would be a free service.
Yeah, I think right now we really need to focus on the consumer protection and the contact tracing, especially consumer protection right now. Getting the local businesses educated on the changes that were made with the Board of Health last week. I don't think a lot of them know what the restaurateurs are doing and the efforts that are being put out there. So we need to get somebody out there just to bring all the restaurants up to speed. It's not so much a matter of they're blatantly disobeying. It's just that some of the restaurants just don't know what the right thing is to do, what they're supposed to be doing. And I think that education is key.
Yeah, and we do have our consumer protection staff out there. It's we'll
Great,
need
thanks,
to build
John.
that capacity.
Okay, John, we have 25-minute lunch break left at this time.
I will let you guys stop there. I will tell you there's more COVID updates on traveler affidavits and vaccinations and all kinds of stuff going on, but we'll catch up with those next week.
Okay.
Except
So
we don't
we're
have
gonna
time on the
do a
agenda
break
next
right
week,
now.
John.
At 1 o'clock, we have guests coming to do presentation on the economic update. So we need to start right at 1 to respect their time. So sorry for the shorter lunch break today, but make the most of it. Eat some fast food today.
Well, yeah, you guys are all at home. You can run to the kitchen.
Yeah.
I gotta go get lunch. Okay, welcome back. This is Tuesday, December the 15th, 2020. This is a work session of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. And I'm going to turn the second half of our meeting today over to Chairman Steve Child, who is on the meeting from the comfort and safety of his home.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. The next on our agenda, we have an economic update and investment portfolio review. And we have guests from Chandler Asset Management here. And I'll turn it over to you, Ann Driggers, and let you introduce our guests and do the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairman Child. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to introduce Scott Prickett and Julie with Chandler Asset Management. They have been our investment advisors since late 2018, and they are here to provide the investment report for or to date, October 31st, 2020, for your review. The investments that we have are significant, and the interest and income that we earn from them also. 2019, we earned about $3.2 million, which goes a long way to helping out our general fund budget. In 2020, I doubt that it will be that good a return, purely because of the market, but Scott and Julie are here to tell us all about it. So Julie Hughes and Scott Prickett.
Thanks, Ann. Julie, I'll turn it over to you for the economic report.
All right. Well, first of all, I love the beautiful winter wonderland behind you, Ann. That is quite spectacular. So I am going to attempt to share my screen here. So bear with me one moment, and I'll have our report up for you. And is everybody able to see that?
Don't see anything yet.
Not yet. Let me try again. Bear with me one moment here. I have way too many things open, and it's probably very slow. So let's go ahead and hit share again. Is that visible to everyone?
You have started screen sharing. It's not showing up. There, now we got it.
Now you got it? Okay, perfect. Thanks for your patience. So just a couple of broad overview type comments on the data we're going to share with you today. This should really give you some context for the investment environment that we have been working in for the majority of 2020 here. And you'll notice a pattern with all of the data, which won't be surprising at all to you. Starting off the year with the pandemic in the spring, and the very, very steep decline in just about every economic indicator that we're looking at, followed by a recovery and then a moderation in that recovery as we have seen further shutdowns and spread of the virus. So it will all follow that pattern and should not be too surprising. So goes the pandemic, so goes the economy, as we like to say. So that being said, we will start with the all-important employment picture. So we always like to start with the Fed's dual mandate, because the Fed is really our primary determinant of short-term interest rates, where we're investing for the county. And first part of that dual mandate is maximum employment. So you can see non-farm payroll growth there on your left and the unemployment rate there on your right, again, following that pattern that I just described with the pandemic. So we had historically low unemployment and strong payroll growth up until the spring. You can see the steep decline in non-farm payrolls as we shut down the economy, and a very commensurate rebound. And the rebound has been strong, yet there are still tremendous amount of people unemployed. So you have the October numbers here. Actually, the November numbers are not quite as good. So November was disappointing, with 245,000 jobs being created around the country, which which was below expectations. The unemployment rate has declined down to 6.7%. So we've made a lot of progress, but there are still millions of people out of work. Now, we have seen some drop out of the labor force, and of course, the sectors that have been hardest hit are the lower income brackets. So typically the retail, the restaurant workers, hospitality, those minimum wage and hourly workers have been hardest hit, where those of us who can continue doing what we do and work from home have done so without a blip. And another view, you can see the unemployment claims here. So you can see a nice declining trend there in the initial claims across the bottom of your screen and the continuing claims kind of in the middle of the chart. Once again, we did have an increase as we're starting to see further lockdowns. So in our latest week, which you don't see reported here, which was early December week, we had 853,000 claims. So we had a little bit of an uptick, and we still have about 5.8 million filing for continuing claims. So still work to be done there. And a lot of this, in terms of our outlook, not only on employment, but on the economy as a whole, really revolves around the course of the pandemic, obviously, the timing for the vaccine deployment, and certainly any fiscal stimulus, additional fiscal stimulus that we may achieve. And that's being discussed every day. They just can't seem to get to an agreement on that. The size of that, we've already seen about $3 trillion in fiscal stimulus between the CARES Act and other programs. The next round might fall somewhere between $500 billion and $1 trillion, depending on what gets agreed to. So the second half of the dual mandate that the Fed considers in their policy decisions is the inflation side of that, stable prices. So you can see from both of these charts, and the Fed likes to focus on the personal consumption expenditures index on your right. The Fed likes to see stable prices. They would like to see a goal of 2% on that personal consumption expenditures. Both the headline and the core index have trended consistently below that 2% for quite some time. And the Fed has indicated a change in their methodology. They'll be looking at this on an average over time basis rather than a data point in time. So since we've been running below 2%, it is likely they will let this run above 2% to achieve that average before they will adjust policy. So the Fed has been extremely instrumental in maintaining well-functioning markets without disruption and liquidity in the markets when they stepped in historic and unprecedented magnitude with multiple programs back in the spring. And they are expected to keep rates low for quite some time. We do have a Fed meeting this week where we'll get more information, but they are not expected to dial back their accommodation. We are keeping a close eye on inflation, although the pandemic has been somewhat deflationary to the economy. We do think once we see reopening and widespread vaccine deployment in the second half of 21, we could start to see some inflation pick up. We've seen a monumental increase in the money supply, so there are a lot of money floating around in the economy out there, just hasn't been deployed to its full potential yet, as consumers have saved in really historic proportions. We can't go anywhere, so we're saving. And speaking of the consumer, which generates about 2/3 of our economic growth, we've seen a really nice rebound in retail sales. We don't have final numbers on Black Friday yet, or the November numbers for an early holiday read. What we do know is we have seen a strong rebound. A lot of this is in the e-commerce sector, and we, of course, have seen a tremendous decline in the brick and mortar shopping experience. So it's really a paradigm shift that is likely to continue to some degree. We've seen a very strong rebound in auto sales and really most sectors, other than, of course, restaurants and leisure, travel and leisure, for obvious reasons. And consumer confidence there on your right, you can see has taken a hit from pre-pandemic levels. However, putting this in perspective, during the great financial crisis back in 08, 09, this was tracking around 20 to 30, which is well off our chart. So it could be a lot worse. The consumer has stayed somewhat resilient throughout this. And the two very broad economic indicators that we track really reflect the same pattern that you can see. The Chicago Fed National Activity Index is one that we track very closely on your right. It has 85 indicators. It's extremely robust. And this is the 3-month moving average that you're seeing. And interestingly enough, it's a leading indicator. So typically, if you see this index fall to a negative 0.7, that would indicate an oncoming recession if we look historically. And of course, we blew right through that to -7, so about 10 times that. So the recessionary forces were quite obvious, quite dramatic, and then followed by that rebound. And we're still seeing some volatility there. Housing. If we ever get to talk about something positive and a bright spot in the economy, it's housing. And it's certainly evident here in Colorado, certainly in Pitkin County and our other resort communities as well. We have kind of a confluence of factors that's really supporting this market. It's the ultra low mortgage rates, below 3%, historic lows. We also have a very significant supply and demand imbalance. So just a lot more people looking for homes than there are supply. And a lot of that has to do with our work from home situation during the pandemic, where people want to live in places they find appealing and attractive. And that may not be New York City or downtown San Francisco. That may be Aspen. It may be Denver. It may be places that, we are benefiting from this trend here in Colorado. That are very attractive places to live if you don't have to commute to work to a specific place. So prices continue to go up. We had a 6.6% increase across the country back in September, and Colorado tends to outpace the numbers that you see on a national basis. In terms of manufacturing, we can also see that we've rebounded into the expansion zone, and production tends to pick up as well. That's a positive bellwether. GDP, which is really a combination of all of these indices we've been talking about, we suffered the worst decline in history in the second quarter at down 31.4%, followed by a commensurate rebound in third quarter of 33.1%. We are expecting to achieve around a 4% growth in GDP in fourth quarter. That is dependent, of course, on how dire the consequences are of the spread of the pandemic and commensurate shutdowns. But should be around 3.5% to 4% and similar levels going into next year. I mentioned the Fed and the magnitude of their action, policies, timing, really stepped up to help the economy and the markets very early on and in unprecedented fashion. You can see on the left, they did resume their quantitative easing program, buying assets for their balance sheet, treasuries and agency mortgage backs. Balance sheet has risen to over $7 billion. We don't expect that to stop. Although there's a lot of talk about where they'll be buying on the curve at this meeting potentially this week, which could really indicate going forward what the shape of the curve might look like. And the Fed funds rate, the very, very quick and precipitous decline down to the current range of 0 to 1/4 point that you see on the right there. Their latest summary of economic projections indicates that they will not move off this zero bound until potentially 2024. So we all know that can change, but right now the outlook is for very short rates on the short end of the curve for quite some time until we see the economic recovery on very solid footing and inflation to pick up. And then finally, as really it pertains to your portfolio, you can see the very precipitous decline in yields across the curve on the left-hand side there, 2-year, 5-year, and 10-year Treasury. And on the right-hand side, we can see what the yield curve looks like. At the end of October is that little red dotted line. The end of November, it looks, and into December looks very similar, although maybe not quite as steep. But it is a good sign that we have a steeper curve. That does indicate a growing economy into the future. And you can see from the green curve a year ago how far we have fallen in terms of absolute rate levels. Just to give you an idea where we're investing, U.S. Treasuries in today's market, and they've been very range bound, particularly on the short end of the curve. The 2-year Treasury is around 12 basis points. The 5-year is around 37, and the 10-year is about 92 basis points. So we do have a little bit of steepness on that longer end of the curve. At this point, I'd like to pause and ask if you all have any questions that we can address regarding the economic outlook. Quiet group today.
Julie, not seeing questions.
Okay. Then I'm going to turn it over to Scott to talk about the portfolio.
Thanks, Julie. So, I'll just start with page 15 here. And as always, the foundation for our decision-making underneath the investment objectives there is safety, liquidity, and finally yield or rate of return. And then our goal is to equal or exceed over time the assigned benchmarks that we have for your portfolio, which is the 1 to 3 year Treasury Agency Index. And on the following page, we have both pre-trade and post-trade compliance with all of the transactions for your portfolio. You can see it complies with every category, excluding a few inherited positions that are slowly but surely getting and representing a smaller allocation of your portfolio. On the portfolio characteristics page, the following page, as we've stated before, the starting point for managing your portfolio is duration relative to managing the risk in your portfolio. And focusing on that center column there, and the reason I'm looking down rather than at the screen is because the font on my screen is quite small, so I can read what I have the same in my lap here much better. But it's a 90% duration, a 162, versus the benchmark, the first column there, a 181. And what we're trying to do in this time period that Julie covered, from the precipitous drop in yield to where we're at right now, is manage duration targets between 95 and 100% duration. And this portfolio is measured on your screen here as of October 31st. But more recently, we've moved that duration up to 97%, actually approximately 1.75 with some recent maturities. And the average purchase yield in the portfolio, 148 as of October 31st. And as we continue to invest in and invest maturities, see that average purchase yield go down. And right now it's approximately 1.35% as we speak. And the total market value, $61,505,120 as of October 31st. And again, updated that before this meeting, and with some additions relative to recent maturities in CDs, we're up to $62,882,131. And then on the following page, see the duration allocation of your portfolio, the dark green being the agency allocation and the lighter tan color representative of U.S. Treasuries. And as you would expect, it makes up the bulk of your portfolio, with the CMO representation at the short end. Again, this is duration, not final maturity, and then the component made up of the money market fund. And then the duration distribution on the following page. Of note here, and it will typically always be a similar structure where we're managing the duration target with a larger percentage than the benchmark at 12 months or less. So you'll always have a little bit more of a conservative portfolio relative to market exposure, but still a portfolio managed to equal or exceed the long-term performance by the structure of the portfolio. But you can see the benchmark in the gray there, represented by those bars, and in the dark green, the Pitkin County portfolio. Then on the following page, maybe taking your attention to the bottom chart there, relative to the duration as a percent of benchmark. And so we've been working on making sure we keep that in a disciplined percentage. And again, I commented on that particular target in the beginning, and since the end of October at 89.4%, again, it's moved up to approximately, again, 97% of benchmark. And then on the following page, you can see a breakdown of the issuers relative to U.S. Treasuries, the different agencies, the different CMOs represented there, and then a very small percentage, 0.08, in the money market fund. And then the quality distribution, as you would expect, the bulk of the portfolio made up of AA securities represented by treasuries and agencies. And then on the following page, the investment performance. So I'll focus on the 1 year, the 12 months, and since inception. So 3.22% for your portfolio. Again, this is total return, so it represents the change in the underlying market value of the positions held versus the benchmark at a 318. And then since inception at 3.48% versus 3.57%. And so as we move longer and we manage this portfolio in a structure that we feel comfortable with relative to the benchmark, as well as where we place the different securities on the yield curve, I expect that we'll be slowly but surely catching up with the since inception number relative to our total return performance. And then the historical average purchase yield on the following page, 1.48%. Again, this was as of the end of October, but with some recent purchases, most of those occurring at the end of November, with interest rates where they're at right now. We've moved this portfolio, or this portfolio purchase yield, excuse me, is currently at 1.35%. This number equates to the income generation of your portfolio. Right now, that compares to, for example, Call Trust Plus is currently at an overnight rate of 12 basis points. Then moving on to the CD portfolio. See, as of October 31st, the total market value left in the CD portfolio is $6,112,000. The final maturity in this particular CD portfolio is October 2021, so less than a year for all of the maturities in this particular portfolio. But the remaining CDs do have that attractive average purchase yield of 2.44%. However, if you were to go into the marketplace right now with CDs, it would approximate, but not be exact, around 9 basis points if you were to go into the marketplace and purchase these CDs. And then if you look at the next page, again, a very boring chart here, but nonetheless, the pictures that appeared July 31st versus October 31st. So that money market fund component was there as we were moving it into the portfolio that we manage. And then you can see on the following page the CD portfolio that makes up that approximate $6.1 million. And then on the following page, the duration distribution of your CD portfolio, again, representative of what I commented on earlier with the maturities within the next 12 months. And then we'll turn our attention to your balances in the local government investment pool for liquidity purposes for the county. The item of note relative to the difference in balance as of July 31st of 33 million versus the balance at the end of October at slightly over 20 million, or 20,873,886.
And if I may interrupt there, Scott,
yes.
I would just say that the reason for that is we collect most of all of our property taxes in the first 6 months of the year, and then we spend the latter half of the year spending it. So that's the reason for that sort of larger drop.
A very common occurrence in the counties that we manage portfolios for. And on the following page, the sector distribution, a very boring green donut, if you will, on both sides relative to the local government investment pool representation. And then the issuers making up the local government investment pools in Colorado. You can see CSAFE investment pool, the PFM, CSIP, and then Colatrust. And then turning our attention to the consolidated portfolio, you can see on your screen here the total of 88,491,000, and Ann commented on why you're seeing the drop there from 101,060 to 88,491,000, and the average maturity as of October 31st, 1.34, and the average purchase yield of 1.24. But again, and primarily represented by the portfolio we manage. If you were going into the marketplace right now and purchasing every security we have, it would drop all the way down to 19 basis points relative to the market yield. Then on the following page, you can see the sector distribution of your portfolio relative to where it was in July versus at the end of October. And again, you can see the precipitous drop in the local government investment pool percentage from 33% to 23% of the total portfolio. However, most of the other categories have remained fairly consistent, although as a percentage of the total, you can see how the agency portion has moved up relative to both the overall size as well as the securities that we've been purchasing over that period of time. And then finally, we have the portfolio holdings that I won't go into. But with that, are there any questions both on the economy, this portfolio, our plans moving forward relative to the strategy?
George?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Scott or Julie, if you're looking down the road 4 or 5 years out, when the rooster has to come back to start crowing, in terms of all the debt that we're incurring because of COVID, how does that change your philosophy 4 or 5 years from now?
Wow, 4 or 5 years out is a long time, George. But you're right. It is certainly a factor, and I think obviously inflation might be a real concern at that point in time. In fact, possibly even sooner. I know, Julie commented on what the Fed has provided relative to their outlook, keeping on hold, especially on the short end of the curve, at 0 to 25 basis points into 2024. So, beyond 2023, Goldman is calling for 0 to 25 basis points all the way out to 2025, Goldman Sachs. We really aren't looking out that far just because of the fact that things can change so quickly. I know the money supply, however you measure it, in 1 and 2 and 4, increased significantly, but then you need a catalyst for inflation, and velocity of money is a key factor there. And it could up in the second half of 2021 relative to the opening of the, if you will, relative to what lockdowns we're seeing with the cases rising significantly across the country and in some cases worldwide, but especially here in the United States. So we might see inflation pick up. And when you have that component with what you're referencing, George, relative to the huge increase in the deficit, and what we'll be watching closely is that amount of debt relative to GDP, that percentage. And what does that ratio look like? Because that's, needless to say, a key component, and what that will look like in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the road will give us hope, on one hand, hopefully relative to the idea of transparency and guidance relative to managing these portfolios. But on the flip side, as a U.S. taxpayer, I look at it much differently relative to the amount of debt that's occurring. And would turn it over to you to add.
Yeah, I mean, I think what all that could mean potentially is higher rates down the road. So, the Fed kind of right now acts like they're, on hold for what seems like forever. But at that point in time, we could be seeing higher rates because they will need to adjust their policy. And, that's good for investment for the county. If we get to a point where we really have an outlook, not 5 years down the road, but 6 months to a year down the road where we're seeing inflation pick up and we think we're going to see higher rates, that's when we adjust the duration of the portfolio a little bit shorter to be conservative and preserve the principal of the holdings in the portfolio. So, we might adjust the term structure as well too. But that would be, in our view, a good problem to have, considering we've seen such little inflation over the last 5 years at least. That would probably be a positive development if that debt to GDP doesn't get too out of control, because it's the highest it's been since World War II right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
So I have a question about inflation with the federal government producing so many trillions of dollars out of thin air, basically, to cover costs of the pandemic largely. Why aren't we seeing more inflation right now?
So, Julie, and then,
yeah, sure. I'll start off. I think a lot of it has to do with the current situation of lockdowns, and the savings rate of the American consumer has absolutely ballooned because most of us that still have jobs and that aren't suffering economically from the pandemic, normally we take some nice vacations and we go out to eat and we go to plays and we do all the things that we can't do right now. So we're just not seeing the velocity of money, if you will. All that money's out there and it's tremendous, but we're not able to spend it like we normally would be spending. So that's really kind of the short answer is just the current lockdown situation. I don't know, Scott, if you have anything you want to add to that.
Oh, I agree. I think, right now pricing power in many components of the economy is limited, but we're watching it closely because the vast majority of economists right now do not expect to see inflation pick up in 2021. However, in every single economic and market committee meeting we have at our firm, we address this as an issue, as a possibility in 2021, maybe more than other firms are giving it, primarily because of what I've mentioned before and what Julie just mentioned in terms of what really generates inflation and do you have pricing power and what are the components that go into that. And it's not a situation right now that could, in terms of macroeconomy, that can generate inflation. And what Julie said, look at what we're all doing right now, or at least most certainly there's a component of the economy that average households that are making less than 50,000 a year have been significantly affected by what's going on versus households that are at 100,000 or more, and the spending that's occurring in those two different categories. But right now, there's not significant pricing power, but we'll see what happens into 2021. Again, you're definitely an exception if you think that inflation has a decent probability to rear itself in 2021. And it will be, as Julie said, a nice problem to have. It's a nice problem to have within reason. Obviously, if we see a pickup in inflation and we see maybe a 2% to 2.5% number, that would be a great problem to have. If we see it pick up greater than that, unlikely, but it could happen with all of the savings that Julie commented on, the amount of money that's sitting there to be spent probably, then it changes the variance, which is the velocity of money, and adds to that. There's other things that we'll consider, but that's our outlook.
Kelly?
Thank you. Nice to see you all. I hope you're all staying healthy, and thank you for guiding us through this. I have a broad question and then a very specific question, so I'll just offer them both. So on a point that you were just making about, the discrepancies between lower and higher income earning households, is there negative effects on the economy for that kind of income disparity, particularly in our concern? And then my specific question is, and I'm sorry if you already said it, but do you have a projected earnings for the county for our year, for what our year earnings will be from the investment portfolio? Thank you.
Sure. Julie, do you want to address it? And I'll ask.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, in terms of your first question, yes, I think that does weigh on the economy, Kelly. I mean, I think, I think we're seeing the effects of that right now. So with the high unemployment rate, the high number of claims, and the really what's required is probably not the right word, but what's been put out there by the federal government, by the Fed, and really probably what's needed further in terms of stimulus that's really being generated largely by that sector. So it's a critical sector of the economy that is suffering, and it's really weighing on the entire economy. So it is that kind of disparity is a drag, if you will, on economic growth, certainly. In terms of the earnings projection, we don't have that right here off the top of our heads, but we're more than happy to put that together for you. You're going to have a certain amount of assets that are still generating that higher yield because they were purchased historically. As Scott was discussing, that historic purchase yield of 148 on your report, 135, kind of in the current time frame here in mid-December. We can do a quick calculation on that, but we can get down to the specific level and project that out for your entire portfolio. So if it'd be all right with you, we'd be happy to do that calculation and get back to you very quickly on that.
Kelly?
And I guess just to follow up, I appreciate that information. To use a common analogy, it sounds like, raising all boats can really raise all boats from the economic perspective. But, and can you remind me of what our budget projection was for our investment earnings for next year? Or even
I'm just looking that up, and that was based upon, numbers that were given to me by each of our local government investment pools, as well as Scott and Julie. Obviously, it was done back in August, and things have changed since then. But we were using, I believe, 0.69% is our average annual interest rate. It's very difficult for us to project what the market value will be, and that's one of the things that does affect our budget is the marking to market of our investments at the end of the year. So at the end of 2021, we would have to recognize either a loss or a gain, which is unrealized in our investments at that point in time. But just for the interest, I use 0.69%, and that is about half of what it was, in 2018, and a third of what it was in 2019.
Thank you.
Greg, you had your hand up?
I was asking something along the lines of Kelly, but I was just going to say, Anne is the one that I'd love to know what Anne's questions are, if she had any. No doubt you've had them answered, but I think, clearly our biggest concern is, we're looking at a burn rate with all these additional expenses in the county for all the COVID response and economic response that we're in. We're looking at investments of certainly an economy that's been shaped by that dramatically. It's great to see all this information. It's as close to a crystal ball as we're going to get. So I don't think I have any specific questions. I wish I did, but I think that what I'm looking for is just a sense of your level of confidence that we're going through this, and we're I know we're being prudent, and we're my guess is you're being very thorough as you examine all of this. If there's anything you want to tell me about that, it'd be great. But that's what I'm looking for. It's just, the assurance that, hey, we're, steady as she goes, basically, given the rough seas we're in.
Well, I think that's certainly the case, Greg. As we go back to the objectives of the investment program, it's safety first, liquidity, and then yield or a commensurate rate of return. And that really is what guides our entire investment strategy. So you'll notice all the investments are really government securities, and we're maintaining a slightly short duration to our benchmark. And all of that really indicates that we are focused on the safety and liquidity of the portfolio. And of course, we want to add value as an investment advisor, and we try to do that through the portfolio structure. But we're always focused on that. And really, goodness, you have plenty of liquidity, but if you had to sell anything out of your portfolio, most of the positions are sitting at a gain, an unrealized gain. So you're in very good shape as far as having a conservative portfolio.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions for our guests? It's always fascinating looking at financial things. What's happening in the world today is so pretty much astounding in terms of the financial world, and consequently we don't make a very great return on our money, but we do make a return on it, which is better than some people can be saying. So thank you so much for your report today, and I guess we'll see you next year, sort of this same time again.
Sounds good. Well, we appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Hopefully it'll be in person, and hopefully we'll be up there even before then, but we'll see.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Anne. So I guess Anne will still be on now, and Connie Baker will be joining us. So I'm going to call a special meeting to order. This meeting, special meeting, will be for the second reading and public hearing for the 2021 budget adoption and appropriation of funds resolution. One item. Second item, resolution levying general property taxes for 2022 to help defray the costs of government for the 2021 budget year. And Connie Baker, I will hand it over to you.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I have a couple comments about the budget, and then I'll pass it over to Ann to talk about the mill levy certification. For all funds, the 2021 budget is $141,785,928. That's net of interfund transfers. And this is almost exactly the same as the 2020 original budget. It's just a slight increase, about $19,000 more. Our total appropriations, which include the interfund transfers, are $154,184,252. With this proposed budget, Pickens County's fiscal health remains very strong. The 2021 budget maintains an ending year-end balance for all county funds of $81 million, and that's 64% of operational expenditures. And for the general fund, the projected ending fund balance is $10.2 million, or 31% of total expenditures. So a healthy, balanced budget. I'd like to thank all of the different departmental staff that have put in so much time and effort into making this budget possible. The budget is the accumulation of about 3 months of departmental and finance staff work, followed by 2 months of Board of County Commissioner meetings and deliberations. So it's quite a process to get to this point. But we end up with a budget that still provides valuable services to the people of Pickens County and continues our COVID response and recovery efforts, meets many of the board priorities, and furthers the strategic goals of Pickens County. So with that, I'll pass it over to Ann for the mill levies.
So before you, you have a resolution and the Exhibit A, which details the mill levies with a temporary mill levy rate reduction that is used to provide property taxes for this budget. You can see all of our funds there, the largest being the general fund, and open space and trails is actually the largest, but general fund, road and bridge fund, human services, TV and FM translator, healthy community fund, and open space and trails fund, and then our special districts, the library, ambulance, Twining Flats and Redstone Ranch Acres GIDs, and a list of all of their gross levies which were approved, then the refunds that we give that we've over-collected in prior years, credits to make sure that we don't exceed or we actually preserve our gross mill levy in with table calculations, and then some abatement amounts that we collect, and you will see our totals there. It's around $32 million for Pickens County alone. This is the for Pickens County ourselves, the government, and then next week on December 22nd, you will certify the mill levies of all the districts in Pickens County.
So, any questions from the board to either Connie or Ann? Or comments? And I know I always like to talk to the public about what our budget represents. When you look at all of the different departments, all the different projects that we fund on a yearly basis, the budget represents basically what the county does. It's the financial aspect of what our mission is, and providing services for the public and helping the public in many different areas. And to me, it's always fascinating to see all the different things that we look at in the fall and discuss and see the progress the county has made and kind of see what direction we are headed. So, Kelly. Kelly?
This relates to our earlier conversation, I guess, with regards to the coronavirus relief fund monies. Is there any portion of that that's carrying over in fund balance in 2021? And did we already approve that as a fourth quarter supplemental? I just need a reminder there.
So in our fourth quarter supplementals, and the second reading will be tomorrow for those supplementals, we did appropriate the full amount of our ask for this second round of funding. However, in our projections of fund balance for the 2021 budget, I did not include that. I included only a smaller portion that we had looked at earlier in the year when approving some public health positions. We had looked at, we had projected receiving a second round dollar amount of $750,000. So that's included in our fund balance projections, not this full amount. I didn't want to overestimate that we might have $3 million additional dollars in the fund balance when it was very uncertain.
Sure, of course. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to check in. Still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My internet is crazy today. So let's see, we need to pass two different motions. And I would entertain a motion to, oh wait, this is a public hearing. We need to do the public hearing. So I will open up a public hearing. If anyone in the public wishes to comment about our budget resolution, adoption of the budget or the levying of the property taxes, you may phone in to the number that is, I don't know if it's listed. Is it listed on the grassroots screen right now? No, it's not. Grassroots would have to answer that. I believe it should be on there, but I know that people will not have the phone number readily available to phone in. And I'm not seeing anybody phoning in. I think we better give a little extra time. Terry, do you have the phone number readily available that people need to phone in on?
Give me just a second.
Kelly?
I'm concerned if we properly noticed this, because I don't know if the agenda doesn't have a call-in number on it.
Jeanette did properly notice the meeting. We've planned it in advance for the special meeting on this day, so it was noticed in the newspapers and on the website.
Okay. I don't see any information for the public to call in on unless some people access the Zoom.
So Kelly, are you asking if it was properly noticed as a public hearing?
Right.
Because the information was not made available to the public. I don't know, John Peacock, I think, is on the line, so.
Yeah, I'm going out to look. Terry, do we have any other participants on the Zoom call?
We do not, and that would be the only way for the public to comment, since this wasn't in the agenda.
Your mic.
We could give out a phone number. The budget was clearly noticed, as a public meeting. We just might want to take a few more minutes. And Terry, I believe there's a call-in number for the budget. And so if there are folks watching, why don't we go ahead and give that number now and see if anyone calls in. If they're watching on Grassroots or on Zoom.
And while we're waiting, can we just get the wording for both resolutions? I've been looking through, trying to figure out how I would make the resolution. I want to make sure we have the wording appropriate.
And
we're doing them separately, right?
Right, and one has to be done before the other, and I can't remember the order.
The budget needs to be done before the mill levy is set.
Thank you.
So on page 66 of the packet, Greg, is the resolution for the adoption of the budget. And probably better give a little bit more time.
Charlotte says it's on the agenda, phone numbers, but I don't.
And on page 70 is the resolution for the levying the mill levies.
Right, yeah, I saw 66, and it's just, it seemed a little bit ambiguous right here, but maybe it's enough.
Okay, I don't see anybody phoning in. It's unfortunate we didn't have that phone number posted right on our agenda like we normally do.
Yeah, it's not on the website
Don,
either.
I want to propose something. Yeah, we need to pass this today. What would happen if we passed it today and then we found out that for some reason we needed to have a better way for the public to comment on it and then had to reconsider it tomorrow and give people a second chance? We would have already passed it today, but then by reconsidering it, we would have to pass it again tomorrow, which might not meet the legal requirement for passing it today.
Yeah, Steve, I actually don't know how to answer that question, to be honest with you. Terry, there is a call-in number for this meeting, I believe. And have we given that for any public watching?
The call-in number is not posted on the agenda, and I don't have that readily available.
It's not posted on the website agenda either.
So the number that I have, yeah, that's probably a panelist number.
There is on the at least on my electronic agenda, it says that convene the work session, join the public meeting via Zoom. There's a passcode. There's a webinar ID number. So anybody who wanted to zoom in would be able to, and that was on the on our agenda.
Okay, I just got an email or text message with a phone number and a meeting ID and a passcode. So I'm going to read it slowly.
Go for it. I'll type it in.
The phone number is 1-929-205-6099. The meeting ID is 827-87-577-464. Passcode is 332312. This information came from Haleen in Community Development. That's the number she's going to be using to call in for the next presentation.
And that information is on the grassroots screen at the moment as well.
So
Thank you,
Steve, I
Haleen.
would suggest giving it a few minutes. I will say that if we do get public comment, it will be the first public comment we've gotten on the budget in 10 years.
And today would be the day, right, John?
Of course.
We're gonna dot all the i's and cross all the t's.
So we have a call-in number posted on the screen now. So any members of the public who would like to call in and comment on our budget, please do so.
So we only have had one person join us, and that is Rich Englehart. Maybe Phyllis or Philip. I don't think they're here to comment on the budget.
Steve, I would just give it if we could and have the board indulge us a little bit. I'm sorry for this confusion, but I give it a few minutes for folks to be able to work through that phone number and passcode, so on and so forth.
Okay, John, and I'm going to read those numbers again that Patty read. The number to phone in is 1-929-205-6099. The ID number for it is 827-875-77464. And the passcode is 332312. So if any member of the public wishes to make a comment about the adoption of the budget for 2021 or the levying the property taxes, you may phone in and make a comment right now. And we will give one more minute and see if anybody does phone in. And I know, John, I don't recall anybody phoning in during the budget either.
Yeah, and we do have the Zoom link is posted on the agenda, which was another way for people to join.
Mm-hmm. Okay, nobody is phoning in. Nobody's coming in on the Zoom call. So I will close the public hearing on this and entertain a motion. Number one, to adopt the budget for 2021.
Steve, I'll make a motion. We approve the resolution concerned with the adoption of the budget and for fiscal 2021.
I'll second.
That. Thank you.
Okay, it's moved by Greg and seconded by Kelly to approve. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 And Steve,
Aye.
Steve, I just want to make a comment real quick to Connie
All in
Baker.
favor say aye.
Aye. We already voted. Can I make a comment for Connie Baker, please?
Yes.
Yeah, Connie, I want you to know now that we've passed the budget for 2021, we're going to allow you to take off at least until January 1st before you start the budget for 2022.
Actually, with the coronavirus relief funds, we're going to be talking about it today.
Okay, oh, sorry, I tried, Connie, I tried.
I was just going to ask her, where was the rest of my chocolate? You know, I only got one little thing in my budget pack this year.
I had more on my
I
desk
wasn't in very
today.
often. Where's my chocolate? Are we ready for the second one, Steve?
Yes, I believe so, Greg.
Okay, I'll make a motion. We accept the resolution.
Your last man.
Oh, should George do this?
George?
Is this what George is? Does George want to make this motion?
No.
He may not be here. He may be taking care of the plumber or something.
There he
No,
is.
that's fine, Greg. I don't have to live with the budget, so you should do it.
Okay. So I'll make a motion that we pass a resolution levying general property taxes for the year 2020 to help defray the cost of government for Pitkin County. And I don't have the number in front of me, but I think that's good enough.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, moved by Greg, seconded by Patty, to approve the levying of the property taxes. Is there any further discussion from the board?
Steve, I just wanted to. I just love reading that we've had the mill levy has been reduced. We point that out as we go through this budget, and that this budget is not significantly different from the previous year's budget. I think it's important to mention whenever I can.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Any further comments? Being none, all in favor of approval, say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. The budget is approved. Hooray! Good work, Connie and Ann and all of your team and all the staff people who worked on this in their individual budget proposals. Thank you very much.
Great work under the ambient stress level of an increased pandemic economy. Well done.
Thank you.
If I could get a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of adjourning the special meeting, say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. Okay, moving
you.
on. And we're actually a few minutes early, but I see that Chris Matera is on and
Phyllis.
let's see, who else? Now it's listed. Okay, Phyllis is on. I don't know if Erin McCuskey is joining us also. Is she, Phyllis? This is for discussion on the Salt Chamber presentation on the Northwest Small Business Development SBDC. You'll have to tell us what that means in the presentation. So I hand it over to you, Phyllis. You're muted, Phyllis.
I like Zoom now gives you a little message. I think that's new in their piece. I wanted to get Chris on. This is really going to be Chris and Erin's presentation. When we were doing the budget, we had put in $15,000 to support the Small Business Development Center, SBDC, that is being housed within the BOCC Chamber of Commerce. It was originally linked into Eagle County, and that was the original sponsor of the program. And now they've moved and come into this side of Eagle County and servicing more of Pitkin County. So at this point, there's also a grant that Erin is applying for. And with that, our $15,000 contribution will also be earmarked for that grant as a match. So it's not a two $15,000 request, it is still one, and it will be used that way. So Chris, are you able to get on? I see she's still muted. And she might be away thinking we have a 2:15 start. There's Chris. Glad to see you. Chris, I just did an introduction, and I do not see that Erin is on yet, and we are 5 minutes early.
Okay, yeah, we were trying to all hop on around 2:10-ish, not knowing how your timing was going today.
And I just happened to be on. So the introduction, did you get to hear my introduction?
No, I did not. The audio is still connecting.
Just that we had budgeted, the board saw the request for $15,000 for the supporting the Small Business Development Center that is now being, I guess, extended into the Roaring Fork Valley and housed within the BOCC Chamber, and providing services not only to Eagle County, then also to Pitkin County.
Yes, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. It's in support of us as the chamber being the host to some of those efforts, but it's greater than the Small Business Development Center. Let me see, I do have a presentation if you guys will let me share my screen, but I just want to see if we can get, if Erin and Carolyn are going to pop on before I officially get rolling.
Chris, I'm here. Carolyn too.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Let's see.
And if you're having issues, Terry is on and can help you share, but it looks like
I think
you've got it.
All right, perfect. I was like, it's hard with camera on one screen and presentation on the other. Which way do I look? All right. So to give you some background, there we go. So our mission is to build a strong community through promotion of sustainable economic growth and commerce. And we've gone through, as an organization, a huge sort of change in the last 3 years since I've been executive director, and really focusing on what our businesses need, and really kind of having a moment to clearly define what we want economic development to look like in our area. And it's really not necessarily development in the traditional sense, but really finding a way to support the local economy that is true to who we are as a greater community. So not just Pitkin County, but also Eagle County and beyond. Also recognizing we're an entire economic shed. We are connected with one another with both businesses and workforce. So to provide some background, and Phyllis had noted this in some of our earlier conversations in March and April, which now seem like forever ago, the BOCC Chamber actually has membership from Aspen all the way through Rifle. So we do represent a large part of the Roaring Fork Valley. We are concentrated around BOCC in the Mid-Valley area, but we do concentric circles moving out. And there's a lot of Aspen and Snowmass and unincorporated Pitkin County businesses that are part of our membership, which has also been an added challenge with everything that's been changing between the different counties during this time. And for us, economic resiliency is really seen as growth that is on a much smaller level. So getting those sole proprietors to then become a 2 to 3 person business and beyond, as opposed to what is seen as more traditional economic development, which is recruiting from outside. We really want to take a homegrown approach when it comes to shoring up our local economy and making sure people are invested here. And one goal that I look at economic development for us is providing the economy where kids who grew up here can go off to college, get their education, and come back and have a living and have the same kind of lifestyle they had when they first left the valley to go off to school. So the intent of Hack and Grind Co-working, which is an initiative out of the chamber, is to essentially pull together all the different resources that are available in the area and provide the opportunity for our towns, area municipalities, the counties, and even the state to bring those initiatives, programs, education opportunities here to the Roaring Fork Valley. We're fortunate in the sense that we are centrally located. We do sit in 2 counties, which in this case I think is a huge advantage for us. And we're equidistant between the 2 main endpoints of the community. between Aspen and Glenwood Springs. And so we want to make sure that we're connecting all of those resources that are available. And in a lot of cases, those resources that have always existed, but our businesses don't know about it, or is required a significant drive or just the know-how that they are even there. So while the Northwest SBDC has been based in Eagle County, it's been over on the Vail side, and a lot of our businesses have not been willing to make the trip. And again, it's a little different with COVID, but part of it is to have that boots on the ground perspective. So looking ahead to 2021, some of our tactics have changed slightly because of the current economic situation. A lot of it focused initially was on in-person events. Obviously, that's going to have to shift until we get to a certain point with a vaccine and we can safely gather again. But overall, our goal still remains the same, to be a one-stop shop for businesses. So whether you are a business in Pitkin County, Eagle County, or even Garfield, but really focusing here in the Mid-Valley, that somebody who's interested in either starting a business or growing a business can come to the chamber, to come to Hack and Grind Co-working, and have that place to sort of start putting them in the right direction of what resources they may need. So I think the biggest challenge for a lot of our businesses is not knowing what they don't know, and mostly in a way of where do they go to get those resources. And so they come to the chamber and our co-working space to get that direction. Ryan Mahoney and I have talked a lot about the town establishing a one-stop shop and sort of this kind of triage center for businesses. So you come to us, we point you in the right direction. Is that a zoning issue? Is that planning? Do you need a permit for that? Where do I even go? And we point them in the direction, connect them with the right individuals so they have less red tape to start that business or to grow that business. So we're looking to build out this concept with the co-working space and the chamber. And as I mentioned earlier, being a local source for those county and state programs that are available, whether it be through the SBDC, the Colorado Workforce Center, some of the new programs coming out of OEdit, and definitely the new programs we're going to see in light of the pandemic with a lot of the special session legislative accomplishments with the recent bills. It's also a physical location for our micro businesses starting to grow, and many of our businesses are coming out of someone's kitchen table or the old garage concept, garage startup. They need a physical place to go to have that presence, and this offers them an opportunity of high-speed broadband access, which we're looking to continue to expand, again, with recent bills that have been passed at the state level. It's on Main Street. It provides infrastructure without a huge buy-in cost to them, and so you can rent the space essentially on a monthly or a longer-term contract if needed, have that Main Street presence, be professional, and then grow your business from there on out. In a lot of cases, we've gotten feedback from our members that if they didn't have that available to them, they would have sunk so much money in trying to have a physical presence, and that would be a detriment to their business launching. And as we continue in 2021, virtual and then transitioning to more in-person workshops and professional development opportunities, again, being that classroom for our professionals to come to learn, again, whether virtual or in person, as it becomes safe. And there's a lot of overlap with the Northwest SBDC. We do have a strategic partnership with them. We've been working towards that satellite office or satellite location with them. Again, they're hosted over in Eagle County on the Vail side, and looking at how can we align our two missions to ultimately have that economic vitality and build strong businesses. So we saw a lot of overlap with what they offer and who we know and how we can connect our members and just general businesses in the community. And it's worked really well to get that information out for our business to actually know what the SBDC is, to have those one-on-one business consultations available to them, especially over these last few months, to get out education of what a PPP loan is. These are very critical programs and workshops that our businesses need here in this valley. And that investment has started, and we want to continue to grow it so that all of our businesses benefit from this resource being literally in our backyard. And so I'll have, hopefully Erin's on by now, that she could speak a little bit to what the SBDC has been doing, how our partnership has worked, and what she's looking ahead towards in 2021.
I am here. Thank you, Chris.
Awesome. And I can
Good afternoon, commissioners and Pitkin County staff. It's great to see you. I am Erin McCuskey. I'm the regional director for the Northwest SBDC, and Chris explained this briefly, but I'll just go into it a little bit more in depth in terms of the services of the SBDC and some of the trends or impact that we've had so far in Pitkin County to date. So our core service of the SBDC is to provide free, confidential, individual business consulting to all small businesses. We are a program of the SBA, and so we receive a federal grant every year in order to provide this service. We are required to match that grant at a community level or on a local basis, and then those matching funds are always spent directly in the community where those funds are raised. As of summer of 2019, so just about a year and a half ago, Eagle County became our local host for Northwest Colorado, and we serve 10 counties as a part of our region. So Eagle County is the host just to provide kind of a central location for our services. The previous to last year, the SBDC, the Northwest SBDC, had been hosted in Summit County. And so by moving to Eagle County, it gave us a little bit more visibility across the entire region. And we've certainly seen greater impact, or kind of great impact as a result of that move. And I'll get into those numbers in just a minute. We are also directly tied in. I report to somebody at the state, at the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. And so the SBDC has that tie-in to both the federal government and the state government, which I've found to be particularly helpful this year when we have so many programs rolling out from all layers of government for our business community. So really briefly on our numbers, our active consulting clients right now in Pitkin County, we are actively working with 33 Pitkin County businesses to provide that free business consulting support. That number includes only those businesses that are not kind of closed out. So earlier in the year, we helped, I'm going to guess it's dozens, if not maybe in the low hundreds of businesses to secure their PPP loans, to work on their EIDL applications, to answer a lot of just quick one-time questions about a lot of the programs that we're rolling out. So those 33 clients represent people who are meeting with a consultant on an ongoing basis to either pivot their operations or to expand their operations. There's also a couple of startup clients who are included in that count. I don't have an exact number for the full number of clients that we've worked with in 2020, simply because all of our numbers go through a federal verification process annually, and they go through 3 steps of audits to kind of make sure that we're not inflating our numbers when we report them back to you. And so by mid-January of 2021, I should be able to pull the full report. At the moment, those numbers are locked for me being able to see, though. I do know, though, that we have worked with over 6,000 individual business owners across Northwest Colorado to provide free business training during the COVID impact. Our newsletter is distributed to more than 9,000 people, and we provide a lot of tips and tricks about what's going on in 2020. And those numbers will never include a very large volume of one-off questions that came directly to the SBDC in March and April in particular, just answering the phone as quickly as we could to help respond to the panic that kind of occurred. I was very pleased to see, I began my position last summer, so in 2019, when the Northwest SBDC was moved to Eagle County. And when I started in the position, and it kind of continues to be a trend, a lot of people are like, we've never heard about the SBDC, what is that? It's a mouthful of an acronym, stands for the Small Business Development Center, by the way. And with each passing month, there's been a general increase in the number of people who have reached out for support. In March and April, undoubtedly, the largest volume of questions that we were receiving were from businesses located in Aspen and Snowmass, as well as businesses located in Vail. And that wasn't a surprise given the resort economy is shutting down, but it was great that people were contacting us. I think there was a great marketing push within Pitkin County and within the Roaring Fork Valley to let businesses know that we were here as a resource for them. and people certainly took advantage of that support. And I think with that, we'll continue to build on the impact that we can have in the community. So that's kind of really briefly who we are and what we do, and I'm happy to answer questions once we wrap up this initial presentation. But I want to really quickly also mention the EDA grant that I just applied for. So EDA has a lot of grants available in response to the pandemic. The one that I applied for is called the EDA Sprint Challenge Grant. And what that is I applied for a grant for $150,000 to be used specifically for the Roaring Fork Valley region of Eagle County and Pitkin County. I had to propose a program that would help with the COVID recovery, but it had to be different from any of the programming that we do already. So I had to show how we could quickly spin up programming to provide an additional layer of support. So what I proposed as a partnership with Hack and Grind, the BOCC Chamber, and the Northwest Colorado Workforce Centers was that we use $150,000 to support a virtual business incubator that will help teach the local community about the needs that we have for new business starts. There's, tons of great demographic data that we all have access to as government personnel about, what shifts are happening in our communities, what needs are we not addressing. The aging population and the large population of people who wish to age in place is something that always stands out to me in terms of the demographic data, but there's many other trends within there too. So we want to help the local community identify what are those business needs and what would we like to steer them toward starting businesses in order to continue to diversify our local economy away from being so tourism focused. So I was able to tie that case essentially directly back to why that's such a community need in response to COVID, since we've seen the impact that some of these economic downturns can have in an economy that's so tourism focused. So the requirement for that grant application was to also provide a $30,000 match. And so I submitted a kind of pre-note letter that both Pitkin County and Eagle County were each considering a $15,000 contribution to BOCC Chamber and Hack and Grind, and that we could use that money if secured as a part of this grant match. I hope that makes sense. I'm still kind of learning about how these big grants work, and so again, one thing that I'm happy to answer questions about. I won't know the outcome of that proposal until till April of next year. So I'm in a bit of a waiting game, but it's kind of an exciting prospect and something that I'll be continuing to look into, is how anytime that we have these local funds, we know that local funds are limited, and so how can we leverage those at both the state and federal level in order to just expand the impact that each dollar can have for our communities.
Thank you, Erin. So looking at 2020 and beyond, we see Hack and Grind co-working, as part of.
Do a couple questions here right now.
Sure, I had a little bit more of the presentation, but go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I can wait.
Okay, go ahead and finish your presentation, Chris, and then we'll do all our questions at the end.
Sure thing, Steve. So 2020 and beyond, the opportunity is to create a means for economic recovery and vitality for the local economy, with Hack and Grind serving as a co-working space and small business resource center, providing access to currently untapped existing regional and state programs and new ones as they become available, to serve as a central location for business information and have that one-stop shop for everyone within the area, and to start building and cultivating a culture of entrepreneurship and really supporting our small businesses in that effort to diversify the economy beyond just tourism-based businesses. and also providing ongoing professional development and training opportunities so that there can be continued growth within our workforce so that we have the workforce available to take on these new jobs as the businesses grow. And I'm on the wrong page. And so one of our other partners that we've been working with is the Colorado Workforce Center, and Carolyn Tucker is also on the call and can speak a little bit to our relationship and what's coming down the pipeline to help in the post-pandemic period.
Great, thanks, Chris, and thank you, commissioners, for your time. Again, Carolyn Tucker with the Colorado Workforce Center. We have partnered with Chris, last summer we were actually working on a program so that Workforce Center services would be available at the Hack and Grind, and we were really excited about that until COVID put a screeching halt to that. So we were actually looking at providing workforce employee services in Basalt to serve the Upper Valley that way. One of the things that we have done also in the Pitkin County area, we're really excited about that, is we have a youth career counselor that's working closely with the Aspen High School and working on career awareness and programs in that respect. We also have, and I think all of the commissioners get our the newsletter that we send out once a month with all the information about the region as far as unemployment numbers and articles of interest for the business community. And we're trying to get that to as many Pitkin County businesses as well as all the county businesses within the 10 county Northwest region. So I should say hello. This is Carolyn, I'm sorry. And so we work really closely with the SBDC and Chris in business service support. As Aaron had mentioned, March, April, May was just tremendously, drinking from the fire hose with all the PP information and all the loans and support for businesses. And we cross-promoted each one of those resources and webinars and things of that nature. So real happy to partner with Chris and Aaron in providing businesses in Pitkin County all the support as they move through this next phase and finding more training opportunities and upskilling for people who want to either change jobs or get to the next level in their current job. There's lots of things happening in the future of work, lots of jobs that will be going away permanently, lots of new jobs that Chris had alluded to in some new entrepreneurial opportunities. So I'm happy to partner with the SALT Chamber as well as the SBDC in making these initiatives come true.
Oop, come on. Oop, why is it going away? Sorry, screen share issues. And so I apparently cut out one of my slides that talked about, oh, there we go. Let's see, sorry about that. We'll eventually get through technical difficulties, I swear, by the end of this pandemic. So the funding request, the $15,000 is to support these economic vitality efforts, pulling in all these different resources into a central location and make them easily accessible to residents and businesses in our valley, particularly with Pitkin County, recognizing how large our scope is within our membership. The funding intent is to provide staffing for operations, logistics, and facilitation of these different programs, as well as the overhead costs associated with the physical space and the infrastructure. We're hoping to provide all the technology that these businesses need to get up and running without having a capital investment on their end, so they can just hit the ground running and get moving with their business, and whether they're growing or just starting off. And with that, I will take questions specific to the funding request, or if there's general questions about how we operate together.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a couple questions, but first I'll just say this is fantastic. I think that there really is a void in the Upper Valley for business incubation, and so sorely need it, and I think it's exciting to see this coming online. One question I have is, are you guys in a position to provide some guidance, policy guidance on how we retain local business at the local level and kind of strategies for doing that? And then my second question is, I'm hoping the press is listening and covering this, or will be in the coming weeks. And so, when does Hack and Grind come online, and how can people access it? Just given the difficulty for in-person gathering, but when do those resources start to become available to the public? So those are my two questions. Thanks.
So I can start with the last question first. So we have been operating in essentially a pilot phase since roughly February. Official launch was March, about 1 or 2 weeks prior to the ski resorts shutting down, so not ideal timing. Once stay-at-home was lifted, we have had members coming into the space and utilizing it. We have one gentleman who's been doing his startup company here that entire time. Part of it's also broadband access. He lives up the frying pan, and there's no way that he could do what he's doing if it wasn't for our internet access here. It's also just an environment that's more conducive for him working. We also had a huge influx over the summer of second homeowners coming in to utilize the space. A lot of people wanting to or having to work from home, but not wanting to do it at home. So there's definitely been the starting foundation for this as a co-working space. And in terms of resources, we've been putting that information out as the chamber in predominantly a virtual sense through this multi-organization partnership. But we continue to look to grow that. And again, we had all these great plans to have on-site office hours for the SBDC, or, we have an agreement. We want to host the one-on-one consulting when it can be done in person, that this is the space to come do it. You don't have to worry about where those consultants are going to meet. They just naturally are going to come here. In terms of policy, that's probably more of something I think Erin probably has a better sense of what that is in terms of retention. I know Caroline can speak to retention of employees, but one thing we have learned through this entire crisis is that our businesses have looked towards us as the chamber for that information of how to navigate. And in part of looking towards us, they're voicing their concerns to us as well. So if there is an issue, they're usually rather talkative about it, and we learn pretty quickly where those pain points are.
In terms of policy, it's a great question, and I could probably give you an hour-long answer to it because it's something I'm very passionate about and have a lot of ideas about. So the short version is Chris, Carolyn, and I are all part of quite a few different regional coalitions to discuss economic development as a whole. Retention is certainly something that comes up often. And I would think that probably none of the three of us are policy experts, but our role in those committees is usually helping other organizations or helping government bodies to form policies or identify resources in order to put something together that's comprehensive. And the SBDC's role is usually, in addition to reporting back kind of data and trends, which all three of us have access to in different ways, the SBDC also tries to support the retention of businesses by providing that free consulting or developing training that's specific to how to build or expand existing business operations in order to ensure their longevity. We also have an entire sort of curriculum dedicated to how to buy or sell a business, which is particularly essential when it comes to those core services in our communities. If a daycare closes because someone retires or moves from the area, then we're losing a really critical service in our community. So rather than closing, how can we help the owner of that business through the process of selling the business, and how can we help somebody who's looking to get into running a business learn how to step into that role? And so we can partner with business owners on both sides of that transaction.
In similar to that, one fact that was startling to me that I learned during this pandemic is that 40% of businesses in small town are owned by boomers. And as that age is kind of straddling the retirement age right now, and knowing who our business owners are here in the Mid-Valley, there is this concern that we might have in a few years, frankly, as a lot of people are tapped out mentally and emotionally and maybe even financially, to want to transition on, enjoy their retirement, and we don't want to have those holes in our community. So part of that vitality is maintaining the businesses we do have, not just the growth of them, but just keeping that sort of business infrastructure in place. And the other thing that's come up with COVID that I think has just, as commissioners, you're well aware, businesses don't operate in a vacuum. A lot of the challenges of retention are tied to all the other issues that you are looking at. So affordable housing, transportation, broadband access, all of these things dovetail together. So if all of that is made stronger, that ultimately is going to make the retention of our businesses stronger.
And if I can just ask or just comment real quickly, just as we're trying to build things that what Chris is talking about in this economic resiliency and vitality, we also have programs at hand that can help and have helped some of the businesses weather the COVID ups and downs from a staffing perspective. So, for example, there's a program that quite a few hospitality and hotels used in the summer called WorkShare that's administered by the Department of Labor, which can help alleviate people being laid off. They get their hours reduced, and there's some support for that business from an unemployment / reduced hours. So there are some programs that have helped some of these businesses at least stay viable so far. And we're seeing more folks using that one program as we go up and down with COVID again with the surge. So I think the three of us with our reach into state, federal programs, local programs, we have those resources to help the business, and we're throwing all of it as much as we can to keep our business community viable.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, hello, ladies. I would like you just to give the Board of Commissioners just a quick synopsis of how you intertwine with the efforts of Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, specifically with Rachel Linning with the Economic Development District. I just think the board needs to know that's one of the benefits we get as being members of Northwest COG. So I don't know which one of you wants to jump on that, but maybe Erin?
Yeah, I work with Rachel often, and we're close partners with Northwest COG. And so I attend those, I think they're bi-monthly now, board meetings. I've seen some of you at those meetings before, and so you've probably gotten the more in-depth report about some of our economic development initiatives. But our goal with Northwest COG is really to make sure any of the programming that we roll out, for example, this training that's specifically to buy and support business transactions, or to support the buy and sell of businesses, there we go, or programming to support childcare businesses specifically, or programming to support the development of businesses to serve an aging population. All of those things are developed in partnership with the Northwest COG EDD SEDS, the kind of economic development action plan. So Rachel and I are very closely aligned in identifying resources and also making sure that any of our programming is always serving those objectives.
Great, thank you. The other thing, too, I want to thank you is the information that I receive from you in email. I always go through the grant opportunities and ask Phyllis or Open Space and Trails or Nan Sundin. I'm always sending them on. Did you see this grant? Did you see this grant? Did you see this grant? Picking County's, through the efforts of our amazing staff, has been very lucky in just reaching out for grant opportunities this year. And it comes back to us as money coming into our coffers rather than money going out, which is always nice to hear at this during this whole pandemic thing. And it's a benefit for both our small local businesses, just our county as a whole, and the economic survivability. So I want to thank you for your efforts, and I'll probably keep seeing you at the Northwest COG meetings and the EDD meetings, and so thanks for doing what a great job you guys do.
I had a question about hack and grind. Did you have a physical touchdown space where people were actually meeting at one point before the pandemic? I presume now you're doing everything online, but when all this is over, are you going to actually have a physical location?
I am actually currently standing in the physical location right now. So we are located at 208 Midland Ave, right next to Brick Pony. And we were definitely had operations and meetings happening. We have a conference room. You know, we have 34 nonprofits in our membership. You know, we've talked about providing that resource because, again, it's a capital investment that you're not going to use all the time. It makes more sense to do cost sharing. And I'm finally back in the workplace now that my hip's all fixed and I'm allowed to walk without crutches. It's very exciting. But we do have the physical location. We have 2 dedicated members right now working and have a dedicated desk space with 24/7 access. We've had people doing pop-ins. I have a jewelry designer that is working to meet with clients safely in the space. It also helps that I've never been grateful for cubes before in my life, but we have cubicles on site, which have provide safe partitions for the people who are in the space. And in general, we're about to do a little bit more of an investment in terms of furniture and having spaces for people to meet, but because of COVID, we've kind of put that on hold. So in the meantime, things have become virtual. We're looking to potentially get to a point where we have technology in place to do sort of what Patty's doing and having the Zoom room functionality so we can do hybrid events once we get to that point. So, you know, if we can queue up multiple locations, we're spreading information not only within the Valley, but potentially within all 10 counties that are part of these regions, so that that information is spread. And we can tap into these consultants who might be from other areas and bring it locally.
Great, thank you. Thanks, guys. You're doing a great job.
Greg?
Steve, did you? I wasn't sure if you saw me. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for making the presentation. I have several questions, and I'm sure there'll be more ongoing. One is, you know, it looks as if, and what we're hearing from, you know, the business trends is that teleconferencing and that sort of activity is here to stay. You know, the Zoom conference is not going to go away when the pandemic goes away. And so that's changing the nature of business dramatically. And I'm hoping that the SBC is pivoting along with the rest of the working economy toward that. It seems that clearly we're doing it now and ongoing. So it brings up the question is, what do you really need in terms of physical space? And the second question I have regarding physical space as well is I know there are several co-working you know, organizations trying to make a go of it in the Valley already. So I'm wondering why we would support this one and not be offering support to the others. I don't know if you know who else is out there in the space doing it, but I think there's 1 or 2 in Carbondale. There are a couple in Aspen. I know they struggle. I've seen people try to start them and fail for one reason or another without any support from government. So that's a concern I have. I'd like to work through that before I go much farther with this. I loved hearing what you're talking about, essential businesses like daycare, for instance, having trouble. Like, how are you going to be focusing on those critical needs, or is this open to anybody who wants to come in? And so I'm concerned about local competition. Are we going to be in competition with others who are trying to do it on as a business? And then also, does CMC play a role in this with supporting small business or training, things that could happen through our community college, or perhaps there are other entities doing this as well. Now that we're in an online world, it doesn't really have to be. It doesn't have to be in Basalt. It doesn't have to be in Eagle. It could be anywhere, I assume, if you're looking for specific knowledge. So I appreciate the effort. My last question is this an ongoing yearly nut? Are you going to be coming to us every year for X amount of dollars to sustain this? Thanks. That's all I've got for now.
Okay, Greg, I'm going to try to tackle all of these at once. I feel like the translator. I need the lag time to answer the face. With regard to physical need, there will still be a need to gather following this pandemic. I don't think we're going to live fully in a virtual world, and I don't know about all of you, but I am eager to meet with people in person safely. I think everything that we've also seen from a commercial real estate sense and where the future of work is headed is that creative collaboration is incredibly difficult in a virtual format. So I think those brainstorming activities, the sitting down, having the consultant, how do we work through the books? How do we do the numbers? How do we figure out a creative marketing campaign? There's certain things that just can't be replaced in a virtual format, or frankly are more effective in person. So there will still be a physical need. This space is about 1,500 square feet, so it's not incredibly large. It's just big enough to support these different areas. And I think they're, going back to our businesses who have used this, they're in this space because they want to have a physical presence, particularly on Main Street, but also not at their kitchen table. So while we can do the Zooming at home, there is something about having a sense of place while they're here. In terms of competition, our biggest difference is who our partners are. We are partnered with the SBDC. We are partnered with the Colorado Workforce Center. I work a lot with OEdit as well as CTO. So in terms of the government entities that already exist, that is our main differentiator. We're also a nonprofit. So that's another differentiator. We're not for-profit like some of the competition in the region. We're also essentially locally owned and raised. So we understand the economy in which we're operating. We're not from outside. We're not a corporate conglomerate. And we have different focuses in some of what I would consider more of our sister co-working spaces. So the Coop in Glenwood Springs and CoVenture and Carbondale have a different focus than us. Ours is looking at how can we make our businesses grow and have that sustainability long term, and not necessarily one particular type of startup. To Erin's point about transitioning and succession planning for our businesses, I think that's really going to be huge when you see who our owners are, particularly in Pickens County. We don't want to have those holes there. So we are different than those other co-working spaces, and I know there have been successes for some of them in the past, but they also weren't backed by a business organization like the Chamber. In terms of CMC, I have talked to Steve about this. I think it's an opportunity to us for sure, especially if we have these different hybrid formats available. There's a constant sort of cry within BOCC is we're the only community that doesn't have a physical CMC campus. And so while part of the physical nature may go away, again, having that sense of place is key, even if it's signing up for a class or getting more information. And there's still a need for people to want to pop in and be part of something in person. So the way I look at that is that it's potentially a phase 2. As this gets established, we really work out what our programming is and the workshops that are being offered. Erin has also a great on-demand library available through the SBDC. So let's figure out where our opportunities are and what our businesses really need and build from there. But I think it's a great opportunity for partnership or even some kind of program directly with CMC students to come to the space to really get them ready for entrepreneurship, because I do think we need to start grooming the field for the future small business owner that doesn't exist yet. And in terms of ongoing support, ideally I would like to see Pickens County making a longer term investment in economic vitality and supporting these businesses through an operation, something like this. We do have this, we've had a 2-year commitment from Eagle County at this point. We hope to grow that over time. We've worked with the different partnerships. We're trying to leverage different grant matching opportunities so that whatever investment is put into this is ultimately grown. So for example, if Erin does secure this EDA grant, we will be in a position where a $15,000 investment could ultimately turn into a final number of $150,000 investment for the community.
Do you expect that the $120,000 grant, is that an annual grant or is that just a one-time thing?
That grant is a one-time grant, but that's eligible for renewal if we show success of the program in the first year. And I'll just add really quickly to what Chris said in transparency about the SBDC. We are a regional service that absolutely, since I started last summer, my goal was to expand our virtual offerings because I think it's a better way to connect with our diverse region and people who have to commute through winter conditions or mountain traffic where cell phone reception drops, and business owners most often need to be at the business running the business, and so their ability to travel somewhere in order to participate in training or to reach out for consulting is one of the obstacles that has historically existed. And so by being virtual, we're already seeing the impact. However, having a partnership at some of these key physical locations helps raise the visibility of the programming throughout that region. The SALT is particularly well strategically located with the large amount of commuters that pass through that community. And so for people who want to step out of where they conduct their business, or maybe will struggle to be able to participate in training virtually because there's children or other people working from home that will provide distractions, or the internet goes down. You know, we've all had our own struggles during the pandemic alone. The partnership with a physical location that isn't, you know, expansive, it's not more than what we need. It's just a space for when people need to be able to meet in person or need access to technology, or if we want to broadcast something that's a little bit higher production value out to the community, knowing that we have that physical location to provide that support is really going to help boost the capacity of that virtual programming. The SBDC also does partner very closely with CMC, and so our goal within the community is never to duplicate services. We want to fill in any of the gaps that exist. And so I meet with leadership there at least quarterly to look at what training they have coming up for the coming year. And a lot of times what they're doing is more of that core curriculum, you know, a semester-long course about your business financing, or QuickBooks training, Excel training, things along those lines. Whereas the SBDC can provide the support to individually then look through your financial documents and really evaluate how you're implementing the education that you might get from CMC into your daily business practices.
Okay, thank you so much. We have to move on. We have a bunch of people waiting to talk about the X Games with us. It's been very interesting. So, Phyllis, why don't you wrap it up?
Thank you. Just quickly, there was a request in our budget of $15,000, and just so Connie knows, if you are good with allowing that to be used for the purposes that are outlined here.
Yeah, Greg?
Well, today's Tuesday, right? Yeah. So it's a work session. I understand we can't approve a budget item right now unless you've got some place it comes from. That was my first question.
It is already in the budget, but it was under whatever, I forget the term.
It was contingent upon further discussion.
Thank you, Patty.
Okay. All right. So for further discussion, I would just like to see some outreach to the existing co-working spaces, whether it's partnership proposals or just to see how they feel about, you know, are we being redundant? Are we supporting one thing while they're struggling? I'm a little uncomfortable with it. So that's where I am.
I'm very much in favor of this. BOCC's my town. I grew up here, went to school there. A lot of the economic development things through Northwest COG have been over towards Summit County and, you know, farther to the east of us. And getting some more activity like this in the Roaring Fork Valley, I think, is really important. I do remember going to a meeting at Carbondale Town Hall a year or two ago about funding startups or helping startups to gain a foothold here in the Roaring Fork Valley, and I was encouraged by that. And this is seeing it come to fruition in at least developing the space and the mechanism for helping entrepreneurs to start their businesses and be successful. George?
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. If we can leverage some money for that grant, I think that's great. As a starter up, I would be concerned, although I won't be around, to have this as an ongoing annual request, though.
Kelly and Patty?
Steve, yeah, I think this is for the matching funds for the grant opportunity, if I'm correct. So I think this is a good start. We'll see where it goes. If it comes back next year for some other purpose, we'll have to reevaluate the successes or needs. But again, we do have people online waiting for our next discussion, so I hate to keep everybody waiting. But I think this was a great presentation. I think it was something the BOCC needed to hear.
I'm good with it, Steve. Thanks.
Alex, I just saw you up there.
We have a majority.
Steve, you're freezing up.
So, I'm going to jump in and thank our guests. Nice to see you all. Safe and happy holiday.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chris, Aaron, and Carolyn.
Sorry, Steve, we lost you there, so I'm moving us along. Okay, so next up we have the presentation of the X Games request. I think Haylene is our staff contact on this. If she is here, do you want to go ahead and kick us off? We're a little behind.
Got the troops on board here.
Aileen, we still can't hear you.
Haylene needs to come into the office for these Zoom meetings. All right, who can take it?
I can jump in. Sorry about that. So hi, Suzanne Wolf, Community Development, with Haylene, who helped prep all the memo. There's a whole crew with Vanessa Anthes with ESPN. I'll let her introduce her folks when we get to, that. But just to give you a quick summary, we also have Alex Bucetta and Gabe Musing and some other folks from Public Safety, as well as Tiffany Greenlee with Public Health, who can all are all prepared to speak with you about the X Games. But just the quick kickoff is that the applicant has submitted a special event permit for the X Games for 2021, dates January 29 to 31st. This will be a very different event than the event that we've all seen in the past from X Games. Just the short version of that, and again, I think Vanessa can give you more detail, is that this is strictly televised. There'll be no public access, no spectators. The event will be self-contained. There'll be a maximum of 500 attendees. That's including athletes and all of the staff and ESPN folks to put the event together. There are no concerts, there's no festival, there are no sponsors, there's no transit needs. It's very much a self-contained event. ESPN's been working very closely with Public Health on this. I think you're all aware that the decision was made that the safety plan, the COVID safety plan, would go to the state for their approval. That has been granted. And again, I'll leave that to Tiffany to speak to that more specifically to you. But I think that's sort of the short version on our end, is that there is a special event permit being reviewed by all of our agencies that normally review those permits. Obviously, there's a whole new aspect to this, given the coronavirus and the involvement of Public Health, but they have been working with the ESPN team for the last number of months on that. So I think with that, I'll pass it along, unless you have questions specific to, for me or for our staff. And then we figured we'd let, Vanessa and Tiffany both jump in.
Sure. Commissioner Greg Postman looks like he has something urgent.
It's not urgent. It's just, it sounds as if we even need to have this meeting. It sounds as if the announcement's already been made that this is a done deal. So I'm a little concerned about the timing of how this went down with the state approval. But I think the approval was going to come after this meeting, wasn't it? Or are we just here to hear what the plan is?
So Greg, we always come to the BOCC once the permit has been submitted. The permit gets issued by community development in January as we get closer to the event. We come to the BOCC to get your input, your comments, to see if there are any concerns from the previous year. Basically, we're getting information and keeping you updated about that permit review process. It's not so much that the permit's in process. Obviously, if you have concerns and want to direct staff not to approve a permit, that's direction we could take from this meeting. But we always just basically come to the BOCC during that review process for an update and to get input.
Okay, I just thought I read something in the paper that this was happening already. So it sounded like the cart before the horse. I can get past that, but just wanted to point out that it sounds like something was out of sequence.
Steve, I want to check in with you and see if you're able to share how your connection is.
Well, Kelly, since I don't even know if you can hear me right now, since my internet's unstable, probably better if you just chair from there, and I'll try to weigh in as much as I can.
Okay, happy to. Thank you. So I understand, I think we're turning this over to Vanessa now for a presentation. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Hi, Vanessa. Thanks for joining us. Please.
Hi, thank you. And just first and foremost, on behalf of ESPN, just thank you to, Aspen Snowmass, Pickens County, City of Aspen, and just all the agencies that have worked with us diligently on the planning and the details to get to this point. It has been an enormous amount of collaboration and teamwork, and we recognize that Aspen being our home, the event would never take place any year without the effort and support that we get from the community at large, so thank you. As Suzanne mentioned, the event is very, very different than years past. It is a closed event where all access will be approved in advance for participating athletes and staff. We've been working diligently with Tiffany and Public Health to ensure that the event plan we feel is a very safe and secure plan moving forward with all the new changing environments in the new COVID world we're living in. And that we are happy to be able to still showcase Aspen, the athletes, and what we've called home for many years, Buttermilk, even in this new environment. So I know you have a lot of different information in our packet in front of you, and if there's specific questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time. I'm joined with Danny Chi from our PR team, who, since we're virtual, who's able to attend, and then pretty much lots of other agencies that we've been collaborating and working with to this point.
Okay, are there questions from the board for Vanessa at this time? George?
Well, I have some concerns, and we'll sort of see where this goes. My main concern is you've got 500 attendees, and even though they're going to be sort of isolated, for the most part, what I understand is the Inn of Aspen is going to be utilized for housing. I'm not sure where else housing is going to be utilized in the community, and how do we keep our risks down for COVID spread, because these are young athletes. They're a little crazy anyway, so I suspect that they will be doing some gathering and some partying. And based on our conversation earlier with John Peacock, our goal is to do everything we can, not only not to go into the red, but to actually reverse. And I just see a potential with this large group gathering that's going to be sort of in and about the community, could be a possible way that we're going to be bringing more exposure into our community.
So yes, the safety of not only our athletes, our staff, but also the community is one of our I think I can confidently say is always one of our biggest concerns. And we have done some increased measures in terms of consistent and proactive messaging that we will be sending out not only to our athletes that are coming, but also to all of our staff and all of our vendors. We will have our traditional PR messaging through our social media and marketing campaigns, as well as local groups, but we will be enforcing, Pickens County's travel affidavit, for example. We are having weekly staff training calls and athlete calls that they will participate in on, where we are making sure people are aware of your affidavit, that they will be required to wear a mask on site at all times. We are ensuring that all areas, not only for athletes and competitors, but staff and vendors, is socially distanced. We will have regular and random screening and monitoring of participants, as well as detailed contingency plans that we worked with public health on for our comprehensive COVID protocols.
So thanks for that. So what happens? What's sort of the plan when I think about professional sports right now? And if someone on a team gets exposed, all of a sudden games are canceled. And so is that you've got a contingency that if someone gets tested positive, that you're going to basically fold up and head out of town?
So if someone is positive, be it athlete or staff, they will be put into isolation. The athlete will not be able to compete, and we will work with public health to follow proper protocol for that. But we would not cancel the event, for example, if a single athlete tested positive.
And Vanessa, if I could just draft off you, we also are having our own COVID-specific team and vendor, as well as COVID-specific MD. So in those cases, we would absolutely defer to the medical experts working with Pickens County Health at that point to make those types of decisions. And we do have a robust contract tracing plan in place. We're bringing that with us as well.
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to tag on to George. Well, I think I'm sure we'll hear from Tiffany too as to what the state is advising with the state's approval with CDPHE. But our traveler affidavit says you have to be tested X amount of hours before, days before you get here. So we want to make sure that every athlete, every participant, everybody who's on that scene, on that site, has proof of a negative test within 72 hours of coming to our community. That is a key thing. And you know what? That'll really help us as a community show to the rest of the country that we put our money where our mouth is when it comes to, we want people to be tested prior to coming to our community so we can keep our community safe and open. So I'm sure you have a plan for that. I'm hoping to hear you do have a plan for that, Vanessa or Danny or Tiffany.
Yeah, so in our staff training that our staff is required to take before coming to Aspen, that is the first thing they hear about is your travel affidavit. They also learn about a staff website we've created, a staff portal. And when they go to that, that's the first thing they see is your traveler affidavit with a link to Pickens County. So we've really been drilling that down, that in advance of coming, like you said, the 72 hours, they need a negative PRC or rapid antigen test or rapid antigen to even come to Pickens County, because we don't want them coming either. And then once they're here, we will then work them into our COVID testing protocol.
And I think it's imperative that they have some kind of documentation when they get here. Some people know you can scan it into your phone. There's issues with HIPAA and patient privacy, but I think it's imperative so that when all the athletes and their trainers and their crews and your staff and the vendors get here, everybody can pull it up on their phone or some way, be able to prove if they were questioned about the health issue that they have a way of showing us their negative test. I think that would be terrific.
And that is one thing to note, Patty, is with the difference in the event this year, the athletes will not be coming with the large groups that you might have seen in the past. They are here to do a job, and they will be coming with a manager or a coach. We are granting the athletes the ability to bring one of those pre-approved persons with them. So it will not be an athlete plus 10, for example. It's an athlete plus a coach plus a manager, Perfect. One or the other.
Great. And I know that the whole crew and the whole setup was going to be much more pared down for their previous years, so I appreciate that effort.
Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'd love to hear more just about how social distancing and masking works when you have, technical staff working in proximity in the vans and in the control rooms and stuff like that. I know it's a challenge, and I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out, but I'd love to hear more. One question I have for us is, does Pitkin County Public Health have the bandwidth to take this on? We've been dumping a lot of work on them lately, and I'm concerned about the work, the additional work this is putting on Pitkin County Public Health, not to mention our Sheriff's Department and everyone else who's involved. And then probably the most important question I have right now is, how are you going to keep the kids away? The ones who come every year and count on it. Are you actually going to be able to keep them away, and what messaging is going out to the ones who drive in and are going to come anyway? Whether, the ones that are going to show up anyway, how are we going to deal with them? Because I'm going to assume that we're going to have some people showing up for the X Games. How do we handle that?
So I'm going to jump in here, and maybe if Vanessa could answer Greg's second question, and then I'll ask Tiffany to weigh in on Greg's first question and maybe give a broader presentation about what the commitments ESPN has made to public health.
Great. So the first one, in terms of office space and layout and mobile units, things of that nature, we have a very detailed on-site operational plan that was submitted to the state in terms of where people will be sitting in the mobile units, where they will be assigned workstations to, how our air filtration works in each of those areas. That ensures social distancing at all times, that then will help alleviate any potential risk or contact tracing issues because you're assigned your specific workspace. In terms of our messaging, we will continue to be putting out there that the event is closed to the public, reiterating our tune-in message on all of our social and digital platforms, as well as creating a new online virtual experience that guests can go to, where they can interact with sponsor activations, watch our content, and win prizes. So we will be heavily pushing that, so people completely understand that while, yes, Buttermilk is open to the public for skiing, as well as the other resorts in the Aspen community, the X Games is not. So if you want to check out the X Games, we will be pushing our tune-in message.
Thanks. And then Tiffany, if you could weigh in on Greg's other question about, what public health role is in this event, and what commitments have been made by ESPN.
Sure. So thank you, board, for letting me join today. I'm Tiffany Greenlee with Pitkin County Public Health, and to get to your point, Greg, about the role of public health, is that we worked when meeting with ESPN and Vanessa's team to ensure that the COVID mitigation plan for this event would adhere to our COVID guidance, and we all are aware of the state dial. We worked to ensure that this plan would adhere to the current dial level that we're in, Orange Plus, and could be modified if we were to change positions on the dial. So we wanted to ensure that they were following best practices for COVID prevention and implementing safety protocols, as well as adhering to our appropriate guidance. So the state reviewed their plan, approved it, and then Pitkin County Public Health were working kind of above and beyond the state approval process with making sure that their messaging to their staff and their athletes, like Vanessa mentioned about our traveler affidavit and our testing requirement, and what the rules in Pitkin County are, such as the informal gathering limit of 2 households with no more than 10 people. So that was paramount, that the participants of this event understood the rules in Pitkin County and what those stipulations and guidelines are. Additionally, we were meeting with ESPN medical staff and our disease investigation team and our epidemiologists to ensure that we can conduct contact tracing, and this event would not place undue burden on the public health system. So we will be meeting with them. We have, and we will continue to do so, to ensure that we have a process that will work smoothly with contact tracing, as well as to to ensure that they're collecting information that we would need so that we could quickly conduct contact tracing. Vanessa can provide more detail, but they have implemented their own testing protocols and bubbles. So they'll be conducting their own testing process that would not burden our testing availability in Pitkin County. So they will be conducting testing with their staff and their athletes as well. So that would not be using our testing resources. That was a quick overview. Any more specific questions?
If you could, just on the contact tracing, is more staff going to be brought in for that? Or are they bringing staff? You know, we were hearing that our contact tracing is always at max and don't even talk to them. You know, so I'm a little concerned.
Tiffany, you want me to take that one?
Sure, you can jump in and then I can add with any more details if you want.
Okay. Yes, we will have our staff that will be doing contact tracing with the, we're bringing in a specific physician on site for all COVID-related issues. So we will be linked up directly with public health. So we will contact trace and then work to provide the public health department with all information that we have found.
And this is a process that would occur jointly with public health. So our disease investigation team would be working with ESPN medical staff on contact tracing. So they are bringing in staff to help with that burden, but we would be doing this in conjunction with public health. So we would be partnering closely with them to respond to any cases and any contacts who might need to be quarantined here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Steve. I think he has questions.
So more of a comment, the National Basketball Association, I think, showed how a professional sports event could be held with a whole lot of people involved, and they did it by creating a big bubble that they were all in that bubble and they didn't leave the bubble. They very successfully pulled off the NBA playoffs by doing that. In contrast to a lot of the football teams who aren't in a bubble, and they're having to cancel a lot of games because people get exposed, and then those who were in contact with them all have to be tested. A lot of them can't play in the games. So in contrast to the NBA, which was very successful, the more you could make the X Games and buttermilk like one big bubble that once they get in there, they're in there, they can't go downtown to go to bars at night. They'd have to go to the bar at the Inn of Aspen would be where they could go. That sort of protocol, I think, is what could make this successful, to have people showing up who didn't have the virus and they're not getting exposed to anybody with the virus because they are in the bubble and staying there. So the more you can make it like that, I think I would feel comfortable in having it be successful and not a spreader event.
Steve, thanks for that comment. I think, you know, obviously this is not a static topic, right? And as the guidelines continue to change and the data we receive is updated, we understand we'll make, you know, as many adjustments as necessary to mitigate as much risk and spread as possible. I do think it's worth pointing out that the NBA bubble scenario was a great example of how things can be done, but it was also a very different type of event. A lot of those players were in there for about 3 months or more straight. So obviously when you have that many people, it's a contact sport. And in that case, those players are being tested every single day and maybe even more than that. For us, because we have, you know, a little bit of a different setup with our event, these sports are already, I think, sort of naturally physically distanced, if you will. Only one athlete on the course at a time and whatnot. So I think, you know, we have baked into our comprehensive plan, depending on what your role is, the level of access you have, the amount of time you'll be there is going to determine some of their testing cadence. So while not a complete, you know, NBA bubble scenario like what they were doing, what the NBA rolled out, we still feel very confident about our plan. And, you know, within our training and sort of, you know, testing our staff and our participants and our athletes in the lead up to this, you know, we're certainly making it very clear, you know, without going into too many specifics, that this is just not that type of event as in years past. You know, this is not the event where we're wanting our staff to, you know, I mean, we get done to, you know, working so late anyway, but this isn't the kind of event where you go into town and sit down for a meal, or get, like, we have, brought in our own catering plan with very, very detailed, guidance on where you can eat, who you can eat with, those types of things. And, they're all grab and go meals. They're no longer the buffet staff catering type of thing. So we're trying to really mitigate as many of those concerns as possible, knowing that it is not a complete NBA bubble. And like I said earlier, like we totally understand this is sort of a moving target with COVID and, not static. So we'll be willing to continue to engage the experts and our partners to make whatever necessary changes we feel might best give us a chance to pull this off.
Okay, great. I have a bunch of questions as well. Most of these are probably for Danny and Vanessa, because I really do think that the illustration of the processes is very informative for us in our community. And then I do have a question for Tiffany also. So if you could go on and further illustrate two things. One, how are staff and athletes transporting between where they're staying, where they're, to the X Games? What does the public safety obligations look like? I have a lot of concerns about our already thin, Sheriff's Department and their needs to stay safe from COVID for our personal safety, our community safety needs. So are they still being assisting in this event, or have you hired on private services for that? Another question is, what is the overlap with SKICO? How is SKICO involving? Because, they're a big employer in our community, so how are they involving in this event? And then finally, those three are for you. And then my question for Tiffany is, did the state set any sort of threshold to which they pull their approval? That would be helpful to know too. So I'll turn it to Danny and Vanessa for those three, and I'm happy to repeat.
Thanks, Kelly. So in terms of the transportation for all of the staff, we will be working with private transportation where we will have dedicated shuttles. If you are not staying at the Inn at Aspen, for example, we have 3 other properties that we'll be working with, and each property will have 2 shuttles. So staff will be transported back and forth only on their designated shuttle. So you'll have to show the right access that we're using to get onto your hotel shuttle, and that's shuttles will be socially distanced as well as meeting the state criteria with that capacity. So they will not be using public transportation. We will not be using rideshare, Uber, taxi, anything that people have been used in the past.
And to add to that, for any of our staff who have rental cars, which we've dramatically reduced this year, given we'll all more or less just be kind of staying at the Inn at Aspen. But the Walt Disney Company policy is literally that if you have a rental car, there's only one person allowed per car as well. So that angle is thought of as well.
In terms of security, while we have included Alex and team, for example, in our planning, we are not using an IMT model that we've used in the past. We will still continue to have a private security company that we work with on site. So we will have those guards available to help ensure our needs. And I don't know if Alex or I saw Joey on here, if they want to chime into any of that.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Go ahead, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. As Vanessa said, we won't be using the traditional IMT full deployment of law enforcement for the event this year. We will, the Sheriff's Office in particular will upstaff for those days of the event so that we have adequate staffing in the event that something does go sideways, so that we're planning for that. But we, like we've talked about during this meeting, we've worked with Vanessa and the ESPN team over the past few months to develop this plan, and I think we're fairly confident that it's a good one going forward.
Kelly, if I could.
Hi, please go ahead, Joe. Nice to see you.
How are you? If I could just weigh in on what Alex had to say. I've been in quite a few sidebar meetings over the last couple of weeks, and as for the last 17 or 18 years, Vanessa, what is this, our 18th year together?
I think it's like 20th, 21st.
Okay. Well,
Daniel, correct me.
I still think I'm 25 years old, so there's my time frame or context. But after working with them for 20 years and the sidebar conversations I've had, I feel pretty comfortable with what they've done. Now, I'm not a public health official, but it seems to me as if they have bent over backwards to do what they can to make this event safe for their employees and the community. And to answer your question, Kelly, I don't plan on having a lot of interaction inside the bubble, if we want to even call it a bubble. But we're very cognizant that we need to keep safe. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
And Kelly, can I just address one other thing? I just, in terms of planning and making sure that we're prepared just in case something were to happen, we will have the incident management team on kind of an active standby for that weekend, should something happen. Gabe Muthing and myself and Parker Lathrop as the coordinators for the team will hopefully participate in the testing program from ESPN so that we can enter into the bubble to have those conversations so that we're staying connected. It's not that we're kind of pulling the plug and walking away. We're definitely still involved in the discussion over the course of the weekend.
Kelly?
Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, Gabe, I just wanted to check with Gabe too as far as ambulance services are. You guys geared up, and I know with PPEs and the need, we saw your video with what it takes to go on a call. And you guys are up and prepared because, it'd be great to have an X game with no injuries by anyone, but one never knows what stunt might be pulled out there.
I completely agree, Patty. Thanks. Yeah, we've always had a great relationship with ESPN in regards to our medical program. I don't see this year being any different. We'll continue to provide ambulance services. I think the biggest thing for us, hands down, is the crowd. Right, the crowd is the one that always provides us with the most transports out of the X Games, and so without the crowd and single athletes, I think we'll do well. We've already had medical coordination meetings. I was talking the other day about X Games as a whole. Why would we have it in the middle of a pandemic? And I think that this is actually a good example for us to look at how we can get back into the business of being Aspen, right? So I think it's a good thing. We have a great relationship with ESPN, and we'll continue to do so. So I think we'll do well.
And there's no motorized events this year either, correct? Or in January, right? Okay, so it'll be quieter and cleaner.
Okay, Greg, I had one more question for Tiffany, but did you want to chime in on these topics?
Only that I'm still a little concerned about people showing up spontaneously or, despite all the warnings to stay away, and what is our plan for that?
So I don't know, Buck, I see you're on from Aspen Snowmass. I didn't know if you wanted to comment, but Buttermilk will be open to the public. So they will be having their normal operation, but we will be working to message on all of our platforms with all of our security that there is no access and the venue is closed to the public. For the evening hours of the event, we will have security staff at the access points, be it the parking lots or the RAFTA bus stop, not allowing anyone to just kind of walk onto the venue, if you will, and turn them around the way they came.
Let's not forget West Buttermilk Road too, right, Alex? Thank you.
So I just want to check in and maybe give SKICO an opportunity to comment, because I did ask sort of what the overlap is between the ESPN operations and SKICO operations. So who would like to do that? Is that you, Buck?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So as Vanessa mentioned, we're planning to be open to the public. So, regular ski operations, we're looking at it, 2 separate venues, just taking out the X Games trails that we'll be using, which is less. And we also can manage it. There's going to be the buffers with uphill transportation between skier traffic and the actual courses and everything. And we'll have staff out there just seeing the flow of skier traffic and making sure, that's going smooth there.
And Buck, is any of your staff helping run the X Games with ESPN?
Yep, it'll be very similar to previous years, where we have our responsibility list there, but we're working with ESPN closely and on the whole COVID plan and going to be involved with that as well. So.
Okay, that was my next question. If your staff falls under the ESPN's COVID plan during that duration.
Yep, and we're trying to isolate the people who will be working with them as well, from uphill transportation to terrain parks and all that, to bring it in to the bubble.
Thank you. Before I go to Tiffany on my last question, did anyone have other questions for SkiCo? I'm not seeing any. Okay. So Tiffany, my last question was, what is there a threshold the state set for which they would pull the approvals, either based on our COVID, any explosion of COVID incidents, or based on any, operations concerns or anything like that?
No, the state did not give us any thresholds in their approval process. However, we do want to note that if we were to move into the purple level on the COVID dial, that outdoor events are canceled. So if we remember, that purple level is essentially a stay-at-home level, like what we saw back in March. So although the state did not give us specific criteria for when to cancel an event, that's what we would see in the purple level if we were to move into that level.
George?
I forgot a question for Ski Company. During this period of time, are you going to continue to allow uphillers, or are you going to prohibit uphillers at Main Buttermilk and as well as Tie Hack? Usually that parking lot at Tie Hack gets filled up very quickly, as well as people who are skiing also ski over to Buttermilk to watch some of the X Games.
In the past, we've always closed Buttermilk Main during the X Games just because of all the traffic. It's something I can bring up internally on the Tie Hack part of it.
Yeah, it just seems to make sense because it's, to Greg's point, it just provides an opportunity for more people to gather, utilize the Tie Hack, and then skin up and then ski over to Buttermilk. And
yeah, I'll definitely bring that up internally.
Okay, I want to check in. Haleen, did you have anything else you'd like to add for us? We'll see if we can hear from you.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yeah.
No, that's it. That was really good. Sorry you couldn't hear me before. But no, that pretty much wrapped it up.
Okay. So let me check in with the board and see, do you have any more comments and questions of the team or recommendations on the permit request for staff? Greg?
I would just say I'd love to see the tune-in messaging. I haven't been on ESPN in the last day, so I don't know what's gone out or if anything has begun, but when will that messaging start regarding X Games, and how will we get a look at the virtual experience that you're going to be promoting instead of the real experience?
Well, we actually began the public messaging today, making it very clear. It's right there, one of our first sub-headlines, letting people know for the first time in our event history, this will be closed to the public, no spectators in attendance. I also worked with an Associated Press national writer, which I'm seeing that story is getting very good pickup. And the reason why we did that is because we knew they would get pickup, and that was a big driving point in that messaging, is that this is not that kind of party. This is not a normal year. We are not having spectators on site. And then we hit him with the second piece, and that's really, you need to take it in at home. You need to take it in on ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC, 13.5 hours. Additionally, we'll have a ton of complimentary content on our social media. And social media, quite frankly, that's a large group of our core fans. And so we'll be working very closely with our social media teams, and also, trying to tie in with our partners as well to ensure we're conveying a consistent message on that. But that is going to be a message we hit from here all the way through, to the end of the event.
Any other commissioners? Steve?
I just want to say, you know, I feel comfortable with going ahead with this. I think it's going to be so many fewer problems actually than previous years with the huge crowds of people, and all the buses from Rocky Mountain National Park and all of that are not going to happen this year. One last question I would have is it going to be lit up with the nighttime events as in previous years? Well, it lights up the whole sky even from 20 miles away at my house. But maybe we aren't going to do those nighttime events. I don't know. I'm just curious about that.
So we will have night events, as mentioned. We are doing ski and snowboard events this year. So the Super Pipe and the Big Air venue will be eliminated.
Okay, I don't see anyone else. You know, I'll just, I'll say, you know, I have concerns for sure in a pandemic, but, you know, we have tour groups with hundreds of college kids that are coming into our community in the coming weeks that have far fewer plans and preparations around them to keep people safe than this 500-person event will. You know, let's aim for a zero COVID case event, and you know, that would be my hope. And, you know, thanks for all of your diligence. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you all for your time, and just, again, support, collaboration, and teamwork from all the agencies, as we wouldn't have gotten to this point without it. So thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with it. Looking forward to it.
All right, I'm pulling up my agenda to move us along here. I think we have a break for a few minutes. Does the board need how long of a break does the board want? We had a half-hour scheduled. Do you want to take that much time, or 20 minutes? No.
We had 15 minutes.
10 or 15 or do.
We had 15 minutes scheduled. I'm good with less than that and get us moving forward. So maybe just a 10-minute break? 10. George and I
10-minute
agree
break, okay.
on a 10-minute break.
Okay, I'll see you back at 3:52.
Okay, this is Board of County Commissioners work session for Tuesday, December 15th, 2020. We just took a break and we are back, and I'm going to turn it over. Steve Child is going to try and run it from home if his internet will cooperate. If not, we'll have Kelly step in for him and we'll get the meeting going until we're ready to close this evening, or later this afternoon.
So just to let you know, I'm planning at this point on coming to Aspen tomorrow for the meeting so I can avoid this internet problem completely.
Okay, I will be here with you.
I was going to try to not. Okay, I will see you. So next up on our agenda, we have designation of the BOCC chair and vice chair for 2021. Don Peacock.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And so, unlike our municipal friends where a mayor is elected, the chair and vice chair are selected amongst your peers as the board. The county has had a long practice since 2005 of rotating the chair and vice chair responsibilities really by district. Obviously, with 4-year terms and 5 districts, every now and then we run into a situation where a first-year commissioner might end up for chair, and the board in those cases has made adjustments to give that commissioner some time to basically learn the job and be prepared as they come in. This process of rotation has worked well. It's certainly staff's recommendation that the board continue that. With that, for 2021, the chair and vice chair, Kelly would be moving up from vice chair to chair. And then in this case, Patty would be moving into the vice chair role. And so that would be the designation for 2021. We want to do this now or get direction from the board now because we have to change signatures in our systems on checks and those sorts of things, which is one of the reasons we do not wait till January. So that's going to be the first question, whether a board wants to stick with that rotation for 2020 and 2021. I'm sorry, for 2021 for chair and vice chair. And then I think there's going to be a brief conversation on committee appointments. We did distribute that list. We have set aside time on January 5th to have a fuller discussion there. And so with that, Steve, I will turn it back over to the board for questions and discussion.
Greg.
I just expected that this is how it would work for 2021, so I have no problem with this, and it makes sense to me. I've been looking forward to Kelly coming in as chair, and it made sense. I think it was Patty's time to circle back around for vice chair, so it makes sense to me.
Well, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready this year.
To me, and I hadn't.
I think we lost
Steve. Turn your video off again.
This year, given the uncertainty. So Kelly had a lot of practice being chair this year, filling in for me when these internet things went crazy and whatnot. She is ready for being an awesome chair. I know that. And I haven't even tried to think of 2022 yet, what the rotation would be there, but it made sense to have Kelly and Patty be the chair and vice chair for this year. in relation to the board appointments, I had had a discussion with Francie about what, looking at, I got the list to her and I said, take a look at what the things George is doing and let me know what, which one of these you really want to do, or you feel like they're really your area of interest and that sort of thing. But I also just said, what's your area of interest and what kind of these positions would she be interested in filling? And I would actually put that out to all of us to take a look at what board positions you are doing now, and are there ones you want to move on from, shift around a little bit on filling the board appointments. So we wanted to get the list to everybody so you can be thinking about it. We don't have to decide anything today or even discuss it, but just be thinking about it over Christmas. On January 5th, we'll have a more in-depth discussion on it.
Steve, I have a question for George. Yeah?
Yeah, Patty.
Yeah, George, how much time did it involve being the liaison with the U.S. Forest Service and BLM?
Oh, not much. That sort of happened during when we were working on Thompson Divide a lot. And since then, the only thing that comes up quarterly is there's a roundtable that the Forest Service puts on. In fact, they had a meeting a week ago, and I had let Francine know about that. So that was just during that time period with the Thompson Divide, and of course, and I was also appointed to the RAC, the Northwest Resource Advisory Committee as well. So that was sort of my liaison with the BLM. But at this point, there really isn't a need for one, I don't think.
Yeah, because
it's up to you guys.
Yeah, because years ago, we didn't have that. We didn't have a liaison to the U.S. Forest Service. Whenever there was a meeting, we all just said, who wants to go? Is anybody interested? Like the quarterly. So I don't know if we necessarily need that this time around, but that's something for us to think about. So I appreciate your input on that because, yeah. And the other thing, too, is, Steve, I know you really love being involved with senior council. Prior to my leaving office years back, I was the liaison to senior council. I didn't attend their meetings as an appointed county commissioner. I was the person they would contact if they needed information or conversation with what they were doing and how to bring it to the BOCC. So that's another one we may want to think about because we don't technically have board BOCC members appointed to our advisory boards. So like we don't have somebody who sits on the animal advisory board, the animal shelter board, or we don't have somebody who sits on P&Z or any of our other appointed boards. So that's just another thought for us to think about.
The other comment I'll make is the Nordic Council, where we used to have an appointee, which I've always been, but that was but since that has been folded under our Open Space and Trails program, typically staff member attends those Nordic Council meetings. It's not that it would preclude a commissioner from coming, but usually it's covered by a staff person.
So that's another one for us to think about. Thanks, George.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, I also want to touch base on APSHA. I know the obvious move is that I would move from the alternate to the main designee, but I'm not necessarily seeking that at this point. I'm doing a lot of other housing duties. I've been appointed to the statewide strategic housing group by DOLA. And so that's taking up extra time for me, as is I'm now a subcommittee chair in CCAT for housing there. So again, focusing on statewide housing policy and financing. And that means I'm on the governing board for CCAT. They kind of swindled me on that one. I didn't put two and two together there. So, so I'm not, I would open that up for consideration. I don't know what Francie's interest would be, but for the other members of this board to step into that role as well.
Well, and I'm not interested in being on the APSA board. I just wanted to let the rest of the board know that, out of the kindness of his heart, county attorney saw that I got appointed to the homeowners association board for Basalt Vista, which is kind of an interim until they get more people that are owners in Basalt Vista. That has taken up a lot of time, a lot of meetings, a lot of reading documents, because they're just establishing the declarations and the policies and et cetera. Budget was last night. So that's been keeping me busier than I thought it would, but I'll transition off that hopefully in the next year or so when they have more ownership and more people who are able to be on their homeowners board. So that's been kind of keeping me sidetracked. So, but I think the conversation with Francie, so hopefully we can have her on our call for our next meeting or that meeting in January. Is that kind of the plan, John P.?
Yeah, we can certainly invite her, and I think the plan is still, we typically do the committee appointments at the first meeting of the new year, and so I'd anticipate still doing that, but I think what Steve and Kelly had identified was we may need a little bit more time to think about the committee appointments, as there may be more movement this year.
Yeah.
Is that fair, Steve and Kelly?
Yeah, I know. I'm hoping to reshuffle some things and get some input from the colleagues here on that.
So I will just wrap up. It sounds like the board is supportive of continuing with the rotation as described. So we will start preparing for Kelly and Patty. Kelly as chair and Patty as vice chair. And then I think the existing committee assignments were mailed out to you by Charlotte in preparation for January 5th. And so just asking for a little bit of prep work. I think you've heard a little bit about some potential movement or availability. So if you can come prepared on the 5th for that discussion, we'll try and get Francie involved. And that's, I think, the direction that I'm taking away from this discussion.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yep, sounds good, John. Thank you. Let's see. Next on the agenda, we have future agendas.
Yeah, and I don't have a whole lot for future agendas. I would note on the 5th, we are going to try and bring back a discussion on the jail. So that will happen on January 5th. And other than that, I think as we have more conversations with Francie, we also will need to start thinking about timing for a board retreat.
Yeah.
I think, typically we schedule a day and a half or 2 days for that. I would anticipate that this year would probably be the same. But Kelly and Patty as incoming chair and vice chair, we should probably have a discussion about that to be sure I'm on the right track.
Yeah, that was on my list. Thank you, John.
And usually when we have a new commissioner come on, we push the retreat time back just a little bit to give the new commissioner time to figure out where to hang their coat before we throw them into a retreat, those discussions.
And where the bathrooms are.
Yeah, so that will be the other conversation.
So Steve, I
And
have
Frank,
one thing.
Patty.
Oh, yeah. On the agendas for Wednesday, the 13th of January, items 5 and 6 seem to be the same item. See, you guys put those in there just to see if I read these. So unless we can do
Sorry,
a first and second reading
my
at the
internet's
same
running
time.
slow and I'm having trouble opening up the,
Charlotte's got it. She's got a smile on her face.
okay.
I'll take a look at that, Patty, and correct.
All right,
it.
thank you.
That's all I have, if there's other items from the board.
Are you thinking future agenda items or just in general? Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, future agenda items, Greg, yeah.
Question, John, I hope you can hear me, about the swearing-in ceremony. I mean, typically, the three commissioners would be in person with Judge Ely and would all get sworn in at the same time, but I guess we need to be flexible on how it actually happens this year. And if you could keep us posted on the logistics of that as we get closer. I presume it will still be at noon, but can we do it virtually? Do we have to be in person? Because I know you have to sign, there's something you have to sign also.
Yeah, and can we do it all together as we have in the past? And so I know those are questions that we've been asking also. Charlotte, if you're in the room, I don't know if you've had any updates since we last spoke, but we will update the board. If not, I think we're trying to figure that out too.
I have no updates, but I'm working on contacting Judge Ely and figuring out how we can do this. It may be that she zooms in and, you know, signatures afterwards can be done by DocuSign. So we'll work on that. More to come.
Yeah, we need to make sure what the legal issues might be. How we can make sure that this is done by state statute or whatever as far as protocol.
No, I can pose that question as CCI. I imagine they're going to get a lot of people asking.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Input.
My personal thought is if we can do it in person with everybody wearing a mask and being 8 feet apart, kind of a thing, not even 6 feet apart, just be cautious with it and have it only the commissioners and the judge and maybe a couple of witnesses, whatever is needed for the very essential. I think we could do it safely. If we could do it that way, I would like to do it that way.
We'll see what we can find out, Steve, and I will
Okay, any other
report back.
future agendas? Kelly, my internet is so bad, maybe you should take over right now. Can you hear me?
Got it. Not seeing any more input on future agendas. Let me just go back to our agenda here. All right, next up, we have discussion of the discretionary fund and membership dues. Charlotte, thanks for being here.
Yes, absolutely. So I think the documents were included in your packet, and hopefully you had a chance to review those. But the discretionary fund is a total of $15,750. We had a rollover from last year, $5,750 that was not used. So there was $1,500 used out of 2020 for the core, similar to what you had a presentation last week.
So that donation came out. The total remaining is $14,250. And the donation that you decided on last week for CORE it's suggested that Connie mentioned taking that out of your travel budget so that it doesn't come out of the discretionary fund. And so I've already got the invoice for that, and I'll be processing that. So just leave it up to you guys to figure out how to spend the discretionary fund this year.
Kelly, I have a question for Greg.
Sure, go ahead.
Greg, which local organization, because you've been so involved in the food issues, the providing of food for those in need, where do you think we could dedicate some of this money that would have its best use for those kind of needs? Because you've really been following that.
Thanks for asking, Patty. I really appreciate that. I think before I said it definitively, I'd want to inquire about Aspen Family Connections, because I do know that they're doing some very heavy lifting up here. They're filling in a lot of the gaps just from lift ups, less of a focus on the Upper Valley. And so Aspen Family Connections would be probably the first one that came to mind when you said that. And then I think, I know Lift Up has itself had a very heavy lift this year, but I also know they raised a lot of money, and I'm kind of thinking I'm not going to recommend them until we see their financials.
Thanks, Greg. George?
Yeah, I wonder, I thought that the Healthy Community Fund, they kept some money aside just for emergency use, and I just was curious whether we should just incorporate this money into that pot, and then when and where the need occurs, you have the ability to approve that versus trying to parcel it out to 4 or 5 different individual nonprofits.
That's a great idea, George.
John, did you want to comment? You look like you were gonna.
Either way, George, it may be good to even give just a little bit more flexibility, because I think one of the things that's happened is as the school resource centers have become, I think, more integrated in serving families in particular, that a lot of that demand has shifted there. And so it's a yes and we get those requests in human services, and some flexibility if the school resource centers are finding a gap and serving a family's needs or such. If HHS could have, I guess, the flexibility to put it either place, that might actually even be more meaningful. So I'll just throw that out there.
Right.
Yeah, I love the idea of having a little more time to think about it, and if we could keep that flexibility. I was originally thinking that certainly food security is big. I'm also interested in journalism in all its forms, and just making sure, and we're pretty lucky in our community actually compared to so many other places where journalism, local media, newspapers have just vanished. But I've been thinking, that's something that we could explore. And then the final thing is the schools. Looking at how, I think I saw a headline in a Route 50 or something today that said that at least 25%, if not more, of all school teachers have considered resigning this year, mostly due to the pandemic and COVID concerns. And I'm just wondering if, and I do know there was a huge push, which I helped with this year, to recruit substitute teachers, and the school's done quite well with it so far. I think we might have 60 substitute teachers on the list now, but I'm just wondering if there are ways we can support schools and teachers as well, or maybe teachers in particular, because I know that's looking for ways to make the most and best use of this money. Maybe it's with daycare. But that's kind of what's been rattling around in my head regarding this. But I really love the idea of having a little more time to contemplate it going forward.
Well, Kelly, I'm confused. Did we say we were going to have more time to contemplate, or we'd have more flexibility if we just added it to the emergency fund with Human Health Services? Isn't that what George was suggesting? And John, what were you countering with? You guys lost me.
It was just adding on, I think, to George's suggestion that we have that emergency cash fund and HHS, which I think is what George was referring to, which I think makes sense. And I was just suggesting if there's a little bit of additional flexibility, if the gap is being filled by a nonprofit to be able to push the dollars that way.
Right. And as far as Greg, I agree that it would be great if we could help, retain teachers and whatever with childcare, but I don't think $14,250 is going to help service that as much as the need might be. I think it's better if we help out people now who might need energy bill coverage assistance or rent or food. If anybody knows where the need is, it's going to be Human Health Services right now, and if they would provide X amount of dollars in that emergency fund, in addition to this, adding to that, to go to those nonprofits that have been doing the best job, getting the services out there, and who need more funding, I think that's a good place to put this money as a bulk amount.
I'll go along with that.
That's a great idea, George.
I don't know if you can hear me. I would favor that this tactic also.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I've been concerned about our senior population and, just how being vulnerable to COVID and really shut up in their houses all year, how they're weathering all of this. But it sounds like this emergency fund has the flexibility to sort of cover any need that emerges.
And I see Charlotte's cat has joined us.
She wants to weigh in.
She says the animal shelter. Give it to the animal shelter.
Give it to the cat's meow. Yeah, I think that's a great place for us to put this money in, and I think we should assign it now and get that money where it needs to go, and to the people who need it.
Okay. All right, I think Charlotte, John, you have direction. The next topic was membership dues.
Correct. And if the information that I listed has the Northwest COG, CC4CA, CCAT, Compact of Colorado Communities, CCI, which includes public lands. You have a Denver Post online subscription, as well as a Pueblo Chieftain subscription, and then ACRA Club 20, Rural Development Council, and Club 20 is there twice. Okay, and NACO. So we're starting to get the invoices in for 2021. It looks like CCI is going to remain at the $31,500 that we were charged this year. And then Club 20 is $700, same as last year. Those are the only invoices I've received at this point. So I will let you guys discuss if there are any that you want to cut out or add.
Kelly, I have a question.
Yeah, Patty, go ahead.
Compact of Colorado Communities. What are we doing with that these days? Or what is it doing with us these days? Is who's
CC4CA?
Who's
You're asking CC4CA?
No. This is Compact of.
The Compact.
This is the thing I think Mayor Skadron started, isn't it?
Oh. Right, and that may be languishing. I don't know.
Yeah,
much
can we
has
look
happened
into
there.
that before we send him $2,000 before we make that? I don't, yeah, I'm not
Did
clear
they
on that.
invoice us for that? It doesn't look like we spent anything on it this year.
Yeah, let's just make sure we might be able to scratch that one.
George?
Two things. I'm just curious who, if it's really a staff need, who reads the Denver Post or the Pueblo Chieftain? Is that the Chieftain? Pueblo newspaper. I'm curious about that, and I'm also surprised about the dues for Northwest COG at $50,000.
I think it's been in that range.
George.
Yeah, I think it's been in that range for years, George. I think the benefit of the COG dues is the return that we get from it. We get so many services in return, the facilitation of our senior services, lunches, our elevator program. They do a lot with energy. They're getting to be more valuable for us on that. They now have a Medicare person who really reaches out to people in the community through the senior council and the senior center. There's just so many avenues that the payback for us is pretty significant, of things we don't even know that are happening behind our, behind our backs, I was gonna say. But those services, which we don't necessarily get those payback things from other memberships. So I think that's, to me, what makes it worthwhile. I can't wait till we have in-person meetings with COG, because we just seem to function better as a regional organization when we know each other face to face rather than on Zoom meetings. But yeah, I still think it's a benefit. I keep questioning it every year, but the return is still there, and actually this year was more significant than before. And I don't know about the Pueblo Chieftain. I don't think I've ever read it. And the Denver Post, I don't really read that one either.
Okay.
I like the Colorado with the Sun better.
Those were requested for legislative tracking when Kara was really involved in that and had time for more than COVID. So those were requests that both of those papers be available to you online, and Michaela is now doing the legislative update. So I believe she uses that for that purpose.
You want to check with her and see if she's actually using it? I think Rachel used to use it too. She used to read everything online. So if Michaela's still using it, then fine. If not, we might want to reconsider. Every dollar keeping in our general fund is important.
I'll reach out to Michaela.
With, I guess, a question and a clarification. So the Northwest COG, does that include QQ's dues?
I don't know if it does.
That is good bang for the buck, and I don't know if they're additional.
It does include our dues with the Economic Development District, but I don't see QQ listed on here, so my assumption would be that it's part of it, but I thought it was different.
I think QQ is, and I'll have to double check on this, but I think QQ goes to Healthy Rivers and Streams to pay.
Oh.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlotte. I think you're right.
And then I had circulated a request for an increase for CC4CA, which I thought Connie had budgeted at $15,000, not $10,000. So I just want to check with this board to make sure that that increase continues to be okay. CC4CA, we get a lot out of that group for what they do, and they have expanded their advocacy into regulatory work very heavily. So at the PUC and the AQCC and the APCD. And I thought we talked about this summer, because I know that's when they asked me to bring it forward, but I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, I think we have for 2021, and Charlotte, the information that you have is for this year, is that correct?
That is correct. But then we have a budgeted column
You can hear
there
the kitty
for
yawn.
2021. It's still 10,000. So with Connie on that.
Especially if we're
I
not
support.
funding Colorado communities, Compact of Colorado Communities, then that $2,000 can help defer the increase to CC4CA.
You'll also see there's an increase from CCAT. Again, I thought we talked about this, so I hope this isn't a surprise to anybody, but
we did.
We did. Okay. You know, they are bringing on additional lobbying staff, which I think is going to be a great help to us, and have hired Thomas Davidson as a part-time lobbyist from Summit County. He's really effective, and you know, the organization just continues to grow, and I think be incredibly effective at presenting our county position. So I don't think that's a surprise, but I just want to make sure everyone supports that. Okay. Yeah, Steve. You're still muted, Steve.
So I would favor dropping the Compact for Colorado Communities, but I would check with the city of Aspen first because they kind of started it. But I get these emails from them. They're always wanting staff people to take training, further training, which we would have to pay for further training. So I think since we haven't been using it, I'd rather put that in the CC4CA. I don't know if you can hear me still. In terms of CCI, I'm not ready to pull the plug on CCI at this point. We've been getting a lot of value from them. So many commissioners, including Barbara Kirkmeyer, will no longer be at CCI, and it'll be, I think, potentially a different atmosphere there this coming year than it has been in the past. So I think we should stick with it for now.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, Steve. I mean, the balance of some of the counties really swung this last election, which could be more favorable to our positions, I think, in CCI. This year we'll bear that out or not. And they've been super helpful during the pandemic. I think I've had more interaction with CCI due to the pandemic than over any legislative stuff. Is there anything else on this topic? Charlotte, do you have any more questions or clarification needed?
No, I'll check on the items that you all mentioned and adjust, get with Connie and adjust accordingly.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I think that moves us on to open discussion. John, do you have any open discussion for us today?
I think we've covered it with the COVID updates and such. I don't know if the board needed any more time to follow up if we got cut short this morning on conversations that will be coming up on potentially curfew asks and 5-star program, or if you guys got as far as you were going to. I didn't hear necessarily agreement on the board, and so I just wanted to bring that up again. And if it's disagreement, that's fine. If you needed more time to talk about it, I wanted to bring it up now because those discussions are probably going to move forward this week a little bit.
John,
yeah, I'm not sure what would be the clearest direction. Patty, and then Greg.
I just have a question, John. I think it's really simple to answer, so let me just get it off the table here. The city has a consumer protection kind of compliant enforcement staff, right?
Yeah, they've done consumer protection. They're handing enforcement, I think, back to the county, but they've been supporting those efforts. And they've certainly been doing a lot of education and outreach.
Okay, because when I sent a complaint that had been brought to my attention to the county consumer protection, email or whatever it is, the response I got back was that it was sent on to the city, and then I heard back from the person who had the concern and nothing had gotten done. So I don't know if it got caught in that transition, or do you have any suggestions on how I can follow up on that?
I would probably put it through to the counties initially. Yeah.
I'll do that tonight and see where I get with it, and if we'll figure it out. I just didn't know the best way for me to handle it that didn't take up too much of anybody's time unnecessarily.
Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Just regarding following up, we could talk about if Patty's curfew suggestion regarding the holiday, we could open that up again. I'd be fine with that. I think it's a worthwhile conversation. Looking at the volume of people that will be here in the hotels and restaurants servicing, they're going to be here. So if there's a safe way we can take care of them, maybe it makes sense to have a longer window to do that. That's something I wouldn't mind opening up. The other thing I wanted to bring up is just the consistency of the messaging around the affidavit and the various organizations that are all partners with us. And I keep thinking that maybe it's up to our board just to go and look around at the AspenAirport.com page, or the ACRA page, or AspenSnowmass.com page, or the ABO or the FBO Atlantic Aviation. It goes from everywhere to being impossible to find the affidavit down to maybe just a suggestion that you do an affidavit. I honestly think at some point we're going to need to tighten up on the messaging and really encourage all of our partners here to put it front and center, bold face, top of the fold, in your face. So when you go to one of these websites, you actually see something about our affidavit, because I'm getting lost here on these websites, but I'm not really seeing it as prominently as I thought I would. And I know we're only on day 2, so it takes a while to develop these things. But I'd like to find out if there's a plan to actually make it a little bit more front and center. Having said that, I keep monitoring the national media to see about articles, and articles are popping up on national publications about how Aspen is requiring an affidavit. And I'd say for the most part, what I'm reading is it seems positive on the part of the journalists that I've read. So I'm looking for positive also, but I'm seeing it, and that's gratifying. But I'm thinking it'd be nice. I've had some people in the community ask, where's the messaging? Where is somebody at the airport contacting people? What are we doing? And so I just want to keep our focus on that as we roll this out, because I think it's going to help.
George.
Yeah, Greg, on the topic of the curfew, I thought that the original intent of having a curfew was understanding that as people sort of move on later in the evening and they have more alcohol consumption, they tend to sort of get relaxed in terms of following the rules. And I thought that was the original intent of the curfew. And then going to the holiday season, where in general, people seem to be celebrating more regardless. I guess I would just want to have you guys consider that. Why, what was the original intent? What will the holidays challenges pose? And are you, and what would be the cause and effect of either maintaining the current curfew or extending it?
Kelly, can I just tag on to that?
Good point.
Yeah, George, I think that's a great conversation to have the restaurateurs participate in the Board of Health meeting. I'm looking at Greg to explain that. I think they're only asking for a half an hour for last call. It doesn't mean that people get to drink after. It's not like they get to stay in the restaurant and drink till midnight. They get last call, they can finish their dinner. And then I think the thought was, because there's so many people, better to have them in a controlled environment than have them leave and wander around town trying to find something to do for that extra period of time. It's really a good question for the restaurateurs, and I will direct them to Greg to participate in the Board of Health meeting. I know it's only an hour meeting for Board of Health.
Yeah, and I think we're focused on the five-star program this time. It seems like a very narrow focus for this week's meeting. And of course, we'll be leaving stuff on the table.
Well,
but yeah, it's
you're
a
right.
worthwhile conversation.
You're right, Greg, especially since the five-star program we're looking at not getting done by Christmas. So, and this curfew thing would be a time frame just over that short time frame over Christmas. But I think the better information would come from the restaurateurs. They're the ones that suggested the earlier curfew. They're the ones now who are bringing in just this short time frame over the holiday, aligning with the state curfew. So that's a great discussion to have with Jimmy Yeager or Michael Goldberg, and I will get them in touch. Greg, they're already in touch with you anyway, I believe. Yeah, so let's see if we can't get their comments brought into the Board of Health meeting.
I definitely hear from them.
Great.
Greg, I think it's going to come up even during the five-star conversation, just as, you know, in terms of whether that's part of the variance or not, and an opportunity. So that's why I thought it was good to try and get some clarity, or if there's not clarity, that we understand that too.
Yeah, well, I think
I'll
it's
continue to muddy the muck up things a little and hold to my position, which is I'm happy for them to have a midnight curfew if they're only seating individual households. So that continues to be my position. And I'll check in with Steve. How are you feeling about this?
You know, I think extending the curfew half an hour is similar to the kind of steps that a business could take under the five-star program. So it's kind of giving them the opportunity to prove themselves that they, you know, take a little responsibility for, you know, potentially staying in business. To me, it's worth the gamble. We need to have a lot of, reach out to them a lot to make sure that they're doing it right. And if they don't do it right, we can move the curfew back to, you know, earlier in the evening.
No, it would just be for this short window. The five-star program would be separate. I don't see the five-star program coming into effect before the Christmas holiday. It would be a set time frame for this, the extension by a half an hour for the Christmas holiday, and then it can be part of the discussion after the holiday when we get into the nitty-gritty about the five-star program. But let me tag on really quick to what Kelly said. Kelly, so you know, the restaurants have been contacting the concierge that do most of their bookings for their reservations and advising them to when people call, their guests call to make a reservation, to make it clear that the preference is given to those who are booking with one household. That's a great way for the restaurants to try and have some kind of input into that.
Well, that's great. I think they should be auctioning off their reservation slots and, you know, making extra money that way.
The highest bar with the cleanest kids.
Add something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just want to be sure that the board is clear on what we're talking about. So the state restrictions in Orange, there is no curfew. What it is a last call for alcohol, and alcohol is not allowed to be served between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. There's no closing time set beyond that. It's really based on the alcohol sales. And so if you go to level orange restrictions, food can be served, you know, till whenever. It's really about the last call for alcohol. I've heard reference to a different conversation, which would be extending the curfew for half an hour. So right now, how the county's public health order reads is there's a 9:30 last call versus 10 o'clock last call, and then a 10 o'clock curfew for non-essential businesses. So non-essential businesses, including restaurants, are required to close at 10. I think, so I've heard both.
It's confusing.
I've heard all of the above, and so I just want to be sure that you all are clear on what we're talking about here. I think what what you're hearing from the restaurant community is a desire to take the curfew piece out of it and then have the last call at 10. And I think what I heard from some of you is just to move the curfew potentially a half hour, and then also from some of you just to stay where we're at right now. And so anyway, I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on what where we were at.
So John, why don't we see what the restaurant business sector brings forward? Because I don't think they're saying no curfew. You know what, you're right, it's very confusing. So I think Greg and I should suggest to the people who are representing the restaurant business sector that they bring forward what they're actually asking for that time frame from the 22nd or so till the 2nd of January, just for that 2-week little window or that week and a half or whatever it is. That would clarify it.
Patty stands. Let's do another round robin and see if there's any other, based on John's clarification, any differences of opinion or clarity that other board members want to offer. George or Steve? George?
Well, I would agree to let the restaurants weigh in. It's their future is in their own hands, so they may sneak by with an extra half hour for the 2 weeks and then find themselves shut down for the following 2 months. So,
Steve?
Yeah, I would more favor just extending the hour they could be open by half an hour and not just make it the last call. Then they sit there nursing a drink for another hour after that. So I would favor just extending the operating hours an extra half hour.
George?
I don't know what they do now. I mean, back in the day, when last call came, you would just line up the drinks. And I don't know if that's allowed now or not, frankly, but.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what they bring forward, I think.
The concern is that you would have, the curfew continues to be important if you want to limit the opportunities for divergent behavior. You could order a bottle at 10 o'clock, or multiple bottles at 10 o'clock, and not having a curfew precipitates that, right? And then you're opening it up, I think, for just longer drinking. So to me, that's what's meaningful in this.
Let's see what they bring forward, because you have to remember, on the other hand, retail is not capped at what their hours are. They, their doors are open. There's, they're operating at 100%, and and some of these retail shops, people are crammed in, and that to me is worse than people sitting at a table 6 feet from the neighboring table, and hopefully with one family of 6 members or 8 members. But I think we should just let the business sector, restaurant business sector, bring it to the Board of Health, and I will encourage them to do that and get them in touch with Greg, since I won't be at the meeting. And then as to the 5-star, I think we should be looking at it. I think the board was in consensus. Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the board was in consensus. It says look at it, see what kind of legwork it's going to take us, and be prepared to either really make a decision on it after the holiday to either bring it in or, upgrade our Orange Plus or whatever decision we might make after the holiday. The holiday is, it's like tomorrow. And so there's some things we need to act on now.
I guess let me just check in. Greg, do you feel like you have what you need to go to the Board of Health meeting on Thursday as far as the curfew last call conversation.
Yeah, and I think I'll reach out in advance of that. And of course, you're all welcome to reach out and send me your thoughts in advance as well. I'm happy to, have that. I'm grateful for it. John, just to confirm, did you say that the concierges, the people making restaurant reservations, are aware of the opportunity to do single household reservations?
I said that.
Is there anything? Okay, is there something in place?
I said that. It was my understanding that the restaurants, we need to check with the restaurant representatives, that they were going to reach out to the main concierge in town and recommend or suggest or say that we prioritize. That's another language we need to clarify with Jimmy and Michael and any of the other ones.
Right. I've heard from Jimmy, who said, that was of interest to them, but they would need help with some sort of directive.
That's why they were reaching out to the concierge that are booking them, to let people know when they're booking the reservations that it's a single family, because the restaurants can't do that when people walk in the door. When you have to show your birth certificate.
Okay, back to John, I think.
Yeah, it's not something that's directed by public health at all. That's been a conversation, I think, that's happened outside of our staff.
Right.
And I do want to circle back on the second point of the conversation. I'm not sure there was consensus, Patty. I think that there was support for, considering the program, but as far as like prioritizing what work that public health and staff focus on, I think there was some discrepancies there. So we should probably help clarify that with regards to, where are they gonna start focusing on first? Hiring more contact tracers, hiring more consumer protection staff, putting money into HHS for nonprofit grants, that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, well that part of the budget,
John,
that's outside of the
direction.
I was just talking about the 5-star program.
I
was just talking about the 5-star program. You're right. I don't know if John got direction on where we wanted those resources to go. You're right. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the 5-star program.
So what I had heard was general agreement today with the overall framework of additional funding. We had proposed building our consumer protection and then also staffing for hotline to be sure that our case investigation and contact tracing resources weren't tapped there. And then also, the temporary for the case investigation contact tracing. So right now, we'd be prioritizing those 3 areas. Was that clear?
For everybody?
Yeah, I think that's where I see that effort going.
Steve?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. This is tough stuff. Any other open discussion that any board members want to bring up?
I have a question on the 22nd, the meeting. What is our agenda for is it just those 2 items? Are we adding to it? Are we doing another COVID thing for a half an hour that's really an hour, John Peacock?
We certainly could. I mean, the intent in adding the meeting was to do the mill levy certification. That's what you're statutorily obligated to do. While we're together, if you want me to add on to it, that's easy to do. I'd be happy to. It may be worth just ahead of the holiday season, if the board is open to spending a little bit more time giving an update, because so much seems to be moving right now.
Well, we also have the Sunfire Ranch emergency resolution confirmatory read. And I just need to know, because I have to make an appointment for that afternoon, and I'll wait to see what the decision is before I try and make this doctor's appointment, so.
I was trying not to add. I certainly, though, would take board direction to do another COVID update, like I said, because so much is moving right now. I'll leave it up to the board.
Yeah. Let me check in. I think that I'm curious as to what the fallout from the St. Regis outbreak has been. You know, whether we want to dedicate time to that or just get an email update. And then I think we have a lot of questions around the consumer protection efforts. So, you know, I'm a little unclear as to like what, you know, how they're spending their time, what they're finding, any compliance issues, blah, 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 could be helpful to understand. And I'm sorry if I've missed that at prior Board of Health updates. So maybe just, if that has been updated recently, just direct me to the date of that meeting. Any other board members, would you like John to give a COVID update next Tuesday?
I think it'd be valuable use of our time, plus
George?
maybe more information about the traveler affidavit, how it's working as the week goes on, because we've had a lot of response to it, 2,500 or something, John? So I'd like to just have a quick update on that too, but we don't need to box it in or box it out, John. I think we just need to.
Greg?
Oh, just briefly, I feel as if the email updates and generally all the information I'm getting on the COVID status is pretty good, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it in the meeting if we're pressed for time. But if there's the quick version, if there's the 5 or 10 minute version of it, I'm fine with that.
I've never achieved that with COVID. I just don't think I can commit to it.
That would be a great Christmas present for all, John.
Okay, Steve, anything? He's still on mute. No, okay. All right, well, I think that brings us to the end of the day. Thanks, everybody, and Steve will be in the room tomorrow, so he should be able to chair from the admin room tomorrow at noon, and we'll see you all then.
All right, thanks guys. Thanks, Grassroots. Thanks, Terry.
Thank you. Have a good night.